The league stuff? Yes, thank you.
Good evening. Welcome to the Township Committee meeting of the Township of Chatham. Today is November 14th. Now I call this meeting to order. Greg?
Yes, adequate notice of this meeting of the Township Committee was given as required by the Open Public Meetings Act as follows. Notice was given to the Chatham Courier and the Morris County Daily Record on January 4th, 2019. Notice was posted on the bulletin board in the main hallway of the municipal building on January 4th, 2019. And notice was filed with the Township Clerk on January 4th, 2019.
Thank you, Greg. Now, with the Pledge of Allegiance, I would like to have Stacy Ewald and Celeste Fondaco, who are the committee members elect, to lead us with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Ness?
Yes.
Mrs. Hortz?
Here.
Mr. Ritter? Here. Deputy Mayor Kelly?
Here.
Mayor Salen?
Here.
We have quorum.
Thank you. Thank you, Greg. Now, the next item is the approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda as is?
So moved.
Go ahead.
Is there going to be a report from the commuter shuttle, or should we take that off?
I can give an update. It's we're still waiting to hear some feedback from the Transoption State Shuttle crew.
So keep it on the agenda? Or
I can give it out a report from my thing.
report, okay. Look, we're going to remove, yeah, we're not going to have it on the
We'll
agenda.
take it
but
off as a discussion item.
Committeeman will have a report. All right, so all in favor for the agenda?
Do we have to amend the agenda?
No, agenda doesn't have the item already, right? It's taken out. Is it still on there?
Who's moving to approve the agenda as amended?
I will move to approve the agenda as amended, removing the shuttle.
All right,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. The agenda is approved as amended. Okay, reports. Kurt, you have any reports?
Yeah, so I'll just give the quick update on the shuttle. Bob and I had a phone conversation with Transoptions reps as well as the state shuttle reps last Friday. And where it stands right now in terms of the pilot program, we were making good progress. The survey came in, we've got over 130, I'll first start with the survey. We got over 130 folks who responded to the survey, which was kind of the number we're looking for. We wanted to get double at least of the folks who are the parking spots we have. We've got 72 parking spots available. So about $1.30 had responded as of last week. It may have gone up. I think it's still on the website and people are still taking it as it were. So the interest is there from that perspective. One of the things we had talked about originally was the $5, one-way ride, $10 round trip. And talking with the state shuttle folks and the Transoptions folks, we think we could get it down to actually $3.50 each way, or $7 round trip. The weekly fee for the shuttle is, I guess, $1,860. As I said, we'd probably make, or $372 a day for the shuttle. That's the cost of running the shuttle. So if we did $350, that would give us enough reserve in case some days, you didn't have all 72 parking spots filled. If you had 50 parking spots filled, there'd be, some reserve if you get my drift. Does that make sense? 72 times 7 is $504. It costs, $372 a day to run the shuttle, so they'd have a reserve to bank it, so to speak, on the days where on a Friday you don't have a full parking lot. It could cover some of that. The challenge we're running into right now is during the pilot program, which would be a 2-week period, to really truly assess, if residents are going to take advantage of this opportunity, is who's going to pay for a potential shortfall during that period. As we've said all along, the intention here is for the township to basically coordinate it so the shuttle can exist at the Shunpike parking lot as well as the Christchurch parking lot. But at the end of the day, we don't want any skin in the game as it relates to spending actual dollars for this. State shuttle representative who was on the phone with us indicated that they have to talk with their boss to confirm whether or not they want to have the skin in the game or put their neck out for this 2-week period. If in fact, they run a shuttle for $18.60 a week and it turns out 4 residents show up, it's still costing money for those 2 weeks. So right now we're waiting to hear back and negotiating with them to say, listen, you've seen the survey results. The survey results show that there's interest from residents. It's a pilot program. If we, have full attendance, so to speak, or full participation in the shuttle service for these 2 weeks, one could probably make a good guesstimate that this will continue to be successful for the remainder of the course of the shuttle service. So that's where we stand right now. If they come back and say that they do not want to stick their neck out and be held, lose potential money on this because they don't think it's a good venture, then the committee can decide, one, if we want it for the pilot period, potentially be on the hook for, any shortfall from the shuttle. So in other words, it's $18.60 a week to run the shuttle. If in fact we only get $1,500, then we have to cover the difference. So it's something we can consider. The other option is I've reached out to my limo folks again. You'll recall there was another option we were considering. The challenge with them was the fact that they didn't even want to collect any of the money themselves. They wanted the township to be the ones collecting the money and everything else, which is not something, again, we just want to coordinate this. I don't think we want our fingers in terms of collecting money and such. But then talking with Boxcar, they had indicated that they've got their app. They also do this app for shuttles. And so they might be able to, as a worst case scenario or second case, work with my limo to use their app and collect the money on our behalf. Again, keeping the township removed from any of this stuff. So that's basically where we stand right now, waiting to hear back confirmation from the state shuttle folks, if they'd be willing to, take a chance on the pilot program and be held accountable in case there was a shortfall. And if they're not, then the committee can decide if we want to take a chance and, put $1,800 or whatever the number might be out in the pilot program and see what happens.
Thank you, Kurt.
So that's the shuttle update. And the only, Bob, if you want to mention anything else, or?
No, you covered our conversation from last Friday, and the key is that on behalf of the township, both you and I, were firm that the municipality, that the township was not going to, be responsible for any potential loss, and that was never the case. So our contribution was going to be providing a parking lot, and then coordinating this this potential benefit to our residents.
Okay, great.
And the other thing, I just want to remind folks, the 11th Annual Chatham Turkey Trot will be taking place on Thanksgiving Day here in the township. It's been tremendously successful over the years. Over 1,000 or nearly 1,000 folks attended last year and registered, raised over $27,000 for the Diabetes Research Institute, the Volunteer Fire Department, the Chatham Emergency Squad and such. It's a great tradition. Over the past 11 years or 10 years, we've raised over $150,000. So thank everyone for past participation. Encourage everyone, if you want to come out before the big meal and get a good run in, please go to the chathamturkeytrot.org and sign up, and look forward to seeing you all there. And then another item we were talking about was, and it's not really a report, but probably a comment or question to the committee, and maybe it's a discussion item I should have added perhaps, is the question that the past we've talked about, and I talked about, I see Bob's hat on the table there. Veterans Day was celebrated this past Monday, and I know we had talked about previously of establishing a Veterans Park. We have one in Green Village, as it were, but there was talk of doing something over at Shunpike Field, and I just opened it up to, maybe perhaps a conversation, either this meeting or subsequent meetings, to talk about where we could go from here, if nothing else, in the short term, to consider renaming Shunpike Field Veterans Park, and you could say Shunpike Field, but maybe it's Veterans Park, or Shunpike Field at Veterans Park or something along those lines. So I throw it out there. John has actually, in his office, has done some sketches for a potential Veterans Memorial, and I'd just like the committee to think about that.
I think that's something that
Excellent.
we have actually spoken about
Mm-hmm.
for a while, right? And John, we were looking at various sites around the community if we were going to put something new together in a well-trafficked area. And I think that one thing that I was looking at, and I think Kurt, you had shared some interest in it, was the spit of land between the parking lot at Castle Park and that ancillary parking, if that was going to be a walkway. So I mean, obviously, there are places where we can look, and I think it should be something that we should focus on.
Okay.
Yeah, we did identify a location at the field. It was right off of the parking lot. It is something that, we have a basic concept that we started. I think we left it off where we need to start talking about funding.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we should include that as a discussion item for the next meeting, and we can discuss it. You're done with the report?
I am indeed.
Okay, thank you. And Karen, any reports?
I don't have any formal reports, but I would like to express my heartfelt sympathy to the Nelson family, and also I know that for all of us as well. One of our stalwart residents, Peggy Nelson, passed away in the time since we all gathered recently, and Peggy was a stalwart member of the Board of Trustees of our library, as well as, I believe, past president. She was a longtime member of the staff of our U.S. Representative Rodney Frelinghuysen, certainly a great supporter of our community, and Peggy passed away just in the last week or so, and she will be sorely missed. She and her husband, Glenn, have been longtime volunteers of the Chatham Township community, giving a lot of their time and sweat equity to the betterment of this township, and Peggy, we will sorely miss you. That's all I have to say. No further reports.
Yeah, it's a big loss for the town. Yep. All right, so Tracy?
Yes, the Chatham Environmental Commission met. They discussed starting the transition team for the plastic bag ordinance, so they're gearing up on that. And about our silver, getting to our silver status designation for Sustainable Jersey and getting that in place for 2020. Joint Recreation met as well, and they are looking at some of the feedback from the teams asking for an earlier start time on Sundays. And that's something that may come to the committee for discussion probably at the beginning of next year, or possibly by the end at the beginning of next year, or possibly at the end of this year. We'll see if it comes to us or not. And just as an aside, I had the opportunity to attend the John Taylor Babbitt fundraiser last night. Dave and Joanne have done wonderful things with the John Taylor Babbitt Foundation, and it was wonderful to see them all last night. They provided our community with AEDs, and they continue with their mission now, not only in our town, but in other towns, and in colleges across the country. They've expanded tremendously, and they just do a tremendous amount of work on behalf of the community. So I just wanted to mention them and thank them for their efforts. That's it.
Okay.
Quick question for Tracy. In terms of the Sunday thing, a lot of teams, do you know how many teams are requesting this, or is it just a small group, or?
It's been multiple teams. So we have several teams that already play beginning at 9:30 on Sunday, including football, cross country, soccer on county fields, and the request came in from baseball, mostly travel teams as part of our private clubs and the rec programs. And this has come up for the past couple of months, the past 2 meetings. So we'll see what they come back with. I think they're going to try and split the difference. The start time on Saturdays is 9. The start time that's being suggested on Sunday is 10:30, to put it on sort of a trial basis, see how many teams actually use the facilities. And that's subject to discussion from the committee.
Do we know the current time right now? 12 or?
12.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Kelly?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of fun topics this time, so they're all pretty upbeat here. The community garden has kind of in the middle of 3 different projects, and notably, they're all self-funded by the fees that they pay for their garden plots at the community garden. But they Eagle Scout candidate Brian Becker has finished a project of outlining individual plots to make them raised gardens and to help define the area. And if you haven't been over to the garden in a while, it's noticeably more organized and clean looking with these new borders. And the community garden will be looking to move forward in the next year and 2 years to continue working with other Eagle Scouts to complete that project. He did approximately 20 of them out of 70 total plots in the garden. There's also a gate reconstruction project that's going to be started in the next few weeks, which is much needed. That gate has taken a beating, and a fence upgrade project. The groundhogs have been figuring out the gate, the fence, so we need to upgrade that. And again, all those are being funded through their own fees. Also, it's worth noting that November 30th is the registration deadline for existing plot holders. So if you are an existing plot holder, you should get your registration for next year's garden in by November 30th, at which time we'll start inviting new interested plot holders to start submitting registration. And then shortly after the first of the year, the garden committee starts to allocate the unassigned plots to interested new members. So if you're interested in gardening, and now's the time to fill out a form and submit it if you would. Second, Historical Society had an excellent presentation last Sunday by Kevin Doherty on the business and industry that you would have seen in Chatham Township if you had lived here down through the years. A lot of interesting detail to flesh out some of the legends and myths that everybody may or may not know. But the peach basket industry that was over in Green Village, they actually had 20 teams of horses to carry the volume of peach baskets that they manufactured, and they took them to the Madison train station to ship them all over the East Coast for peaches. An embroidery factory. There were 2 embroidery factories on River Road that existed over the years. And he came up with some lovely old photos of contractors, including, for example, the Hines family that still is a contractor here in town, but they can track their involvement with the township back to when they were plowing township streets with horse-drawn plows. So some nice real context and continuity there. Also a request that the Historical Society has a oral history project. They're interested in sitting down with people who have first-person stories going back through the years. So if you in your family or in your neighborhood know of anybody who might be a good storyteller, please put them in contact with the Historical Society. They'd love to get it on tape, or I should say on bits and bytes, and get that recorded for future posterity. Mayor, were you going to make an announcement about the open space grant that we received? Or?
Yes,
Yes.
in my reports.
Okay, I will leave that one to you. So that's it. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Greg, do you have anything?
I have no report.
Okay. John?
No report, Mayor.
Bob?
Mayor, why don't you go?
No, I'm going to ask him first.
I have no report.
You have no reports? Okay. I have few, so bear with me here. Number one, I want to congratulate, we just had elections, and I want to congratulate the first of all the candidates who for running for office, and also I want to congratulate the Stacy Ewald and Celeste Fondaco for becoming and winning the election and becoming the committee members elect. And so that's number one. Number two, I have a letter that I know the Deputy Mayor just mentioned, and I would like to just read real quick. And the letter is from the Department of Environmental Protection and from the Commissioner, Catherine McCabe. And what it says is, Dear Mayor Sellen, I'm pleased to inform you that the Department of Environmental Protection and the Garden State Preservation Trust have approved Chatham Township's application for a Green Acres matching grant of $467,253. This funding is contingent upon the passage of the legislative appropriation, which is expected. So this is the matching grant for the preserving open space and improving the expanding local parks and critical components of New Jersey's efforts to combat sprawl. So, and I'm not going to read the whole thing, but this is a great news for Chatham Township. And thank you to Joe Buzzrallian, thank you to Mayor Deputy Kelly, thank you to our administrator Bob Hoffman, and this is great news. Now this was the second one. The third is that we just had a Veterans Day. So 11th day of the 11th month and was the Veterans Day just a few days ago. And so I remember my first day in America about 2.5 decades ago, and it was very impressive first day, and I was very impressed with the size of the airport and the skyscrapers going through Manhattan, and bridges and tunnels going through Lincoln Tunnel coming back to New Jersey, and all those highways with like 9, 10, 11 lanes, Turnpike and the Parkway and everything. So it was so impressive first day. And after 2.5 decades, fast forward, and what I learned that the greatness of this nation it has nothing to do with the size of our buildings and bridges or tunnels or airports. And the greatness of this country is all about the freedoms that we have. The freedoms that we have. And those freedoms that we owe it to our veterans. So we want to thank all the veterans, all the men and women in uniform who served to our country and who are serving today in and outside of our country. So I wanted to mention that. And also with that, I also wanted to congratulate and the 244th birthday of the U.S. Marine Corps. So that was just the day before that. So that's important. And those are my reports. And one other thing, that we will not have a meeting before Thanksgiving. I wish you all a happy Thanksgiving. And, just don't eat too much turkey, So that's all I have.
Mayor, may I?
Yes, please.
I gave credit to our Eagle Scout candidate for the work he's done at the community garden, but I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that we also have 2 Eagle Scout candidates working with the Open Space Committee on the Green Village Pond open space area, which the trailhead for it is on Green Village Road, just beyond the Oak Knoll playing fields. It's a lovely wooded trail that goes back in there, and our 2 Eagle Scouts, Township residents Jared Simonetti and Jonathan Field, are both working on bridge projects over little streams that are back there. So it's going to become much more accessible. Jonathan is finishing up his project this weekend. The other project is already done. So as get some nice autumn weather, hopefully, if anybody wants to walk back in there and check it out, it's be a lovely outing. So.
Thank you. And now it's
Yes. Regarding the grant, is that for previously purchased, or what is that? Remind us what that's all about?
This is, I'll give you a copy of this. This
Oh.
is the one that.
Is this the one on Snake Hill, or what is this?
I've got a little bit of information on
Sure,
that,
go ahead.
Mayor, if I may. This is a retroactive toward the purchase of the property on Snake Hill,
Okay, yeah.
at the corner of Southern Boulevard
Yep.
and River Road. The purchase price there was $1.9 million. We previously got 2 separate grants, one for $319,000 and one for $217,000. This is a third for the $476,000 that the mayor mentioned, which brings our total grant amount there to just about a half of that total purchase price, just a shade over $1 million.
Okay. Great. Now, the next item on the agenda is the hearing of citizens. And this is an opportunity for any member of the public to be heard about issues which are not topics scheduled for public hearings tonight. To help facilitate an orderly meeting and to permit all to be heard, speakers will be limited to 5 minutes. Just, again, reminding, this is not for the things that we have, the ordinances that we have, so because ordinances will have their own public hearing section. So, and please, anything other than the ordinances are scheduled to be discussed tonight. And it's open to public now.
Good evening. I'm Daniel Silas Miller, and just to, from Green Village, just to comment on what Mr. Kelly was saying, it was my great-grandfather, Silas Edward Hines, and his two brothers who drove those snowplows with the horses many, many years ago. Family's been around a long time. And what I wanted to ask you about that is a non-topic tonight is our noise ordinance. Two items in which, about garbage collection, and I'm not talking about our garbage collectors, they do a fantastic job. I'm talking about Morris County MUA and the times. I can bring it up and let you know what those times are. I had it here. I believe it's, let's see, refuse collection, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., okay? Now, we all know that, and more often in the spring, summer, and fall, our recycling is, I know many times in Green Village, 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning. Okay, I don't know what it is in some of the other neighborhoods. So I want to know why this is not being enforced. Okay? Any,
I wasn't aware of it. I didn't know that, but I think
They're definitely in my neighborhood before 7.
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think they're after 7
I'm not
tonight,
aware.
but
Go ahead.
It's not
Has this been reported before to the police or to anybody else? Or is this the first time this is being brought up?
I have not reported it. I don't know if anybody else has, but that's why I'm bringing it to your attention, so maybe something can be done about it moving forward.
Okay, and if it had happened in the past, I mean, if
It's been going on for years.
okay, well, thank you for reporting it then, but
Okay, all right. And the other one involving that is something that is near and dear to my heart, and that is noise from humans, okay? Including talking loudly, hollering, whistling, okay? And it lends itself to the bicycle riders and or joggers. We do know how beautiful Green Village is, okay? And we do live on a county road. And rather than to access some of the wonderful bike paths that we have throughout town, many bike riders and joggers choose to go down Green Village Road. Great, wonderful, okay? But they're very loud because you hear continually conversations. You hear continually people talking on their phones, joggers, bicycle riders, having conversations and or hollering about cars coming maybe, you know, on the left. Sometimes it's a pair of bike riders and one jogger. Sometimes it's 30 bike riders, okay? And we see also that this is not being enforced. And we would really like it to be. I think that I'm sure many people who live back in the neighborhoods that don't have this issue like to sit on their patio or on their deck or whatever and enjoy a cup of coffee, look at the birds, listen to nature, right? We used to be able to do that in Green Village, but we can't anymore. You know, 6:30 in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning, 5:45 in the morning, we have this noise and traffic. And I've gone to the police a few times, and they have stopped these people, you know, and very obnoxious many times. And I'm not saying the bulk of them, you know, I mean, like I said, I got nothing against anybody. But this also needs enforcement. You know, it's a quality of life issue for us out there. And we would also like to find out what's going on about that.
Is there anything, Kurt, in the Board of Health or Greg in the Board of Health that prohibits people from riding their bike or making noise while riding their
No
bike?
prohibition of riding a bicycle, but as far as noise from humans, if they're causing a disturbance, the appropriate response would be for people to call the police to come out and deal with the incident.
Yeah, the noise ordinance reads, sounds by humans, yelling, shouting, hooting, whistling, singing on the public streets within residential areas, noise-sensitive zones, which would be schools, municipal buildings, so on and so forth, between the hours of 11 p.m. and 8 a.m. of the following day, prevailing
Yeah,
time.
unfortunately, I'm guessing the way the ordinance is written, it's probably, Albert, you probably know, a constant or persistent versus 30 seconds and then it's gone.
Part of the problem with enforcement of something like this is that a passing bicyclist, by the time the police come, that bicycle rider could be in the next town.
Yeah. Unless you're
Yeah.
sitting on the
It's very,
street
very
waiting for
difficult.
them to come by.
Very
Well, I do have a solution for you, well, at least a suggestion and a partial solution. Number one is enforcement. Number two, many surrounding towns, Mendham Borough, Mendham Township, Chester, they take advantage of some of their signs, lighted warning board signs, I guess, some of which I'm sure we have here at the township. Morris County also has them, and Green Village Road is a county road. And I know quite personally that they are available for such things. I was in that business for many years. And they put them up and they put messages on them about directly to cyclists and joggers. It'll say, cyclists and joggers, please be mindful of the neighborhood, you know, yelling and shouting, so on and so forth. Respect the neighbors, respect the neighborhood, respect our town, things of that nature. So we certainly could see something done like that. I'm sure that, you know, that spots could be found throughout town to put them up. I'm sure residents on Fairmont Avenue see the same issues as we do on Green Village Road, as I'm sure residents on Myersville Road, right out here, you know, along by the courthouse see, you know, Southern Boulevard as well. You know, the houses only sit, you know, 25, 35 feet off the road, you know, and in some cases out in Green Village where we have wide open spaces, it's like a giant echo chamber.
Dan, does the township rent those from the county, or how does that work, do you know?
No, I'm sure they're available for nothing.
Oh,
As long as they're not in use. Most of the time they're sitting down the yard not doing much.
maybe worth having a conversation.
Yeah, we'll look into it.
Okay, and the other thing with that, and then I will finish, and it goes to the bicycle riders, is enforcement of traffic laws. I am certain that there isn't anyone in this room that doesn't see the bicycle riders blow through stop signs, blow through red lights, not signal, so on and so forth. And, you know, even when I was working for the county, they would go right through construction zones. And the answers would be, we don't want to unclip our feet, blah, 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 this, that, and the other thing. But we all know that more times than not, bicycle riders are not obeying the same rules of the road that the driving public has to. And I would like to see if there could be more enforcement on this. And I'm not talking about being heavy-handed and handing out tickets to people, but making bicycle riders aware that they too need to share the road with the motorists. And they too have to obey the same traffic laws as motorists need to obey. And can we come up with a solution for that? And I'll check back with you on it. Thank
Mr.
you.
Miller. Thank you. Next, please. Do we have anyone else to make any comments? Yes, please.
Jane Devlin, River Road, Chatham Township. Mine is a suggestion, not a concern or a complaint. I would like to please suggest that we get a nicer Christmas tree this year with lights that work in the township, where we put it on Southern Boulevard, because our tree is only modest, and typically the lights only half work on the tree. And the Borough and Green Village has really lovely trees. In fact, I brought it to the committee's attention one year, and Ms. Schwartz mentioned, she did agree, well, no, I don't want to say she agreed we didn't have a lovely tree. That wasn't fair. But she did bring to our attention that we could enjoy the Green Village tree, because that's also part of the township. But if we're going to put up our own tree on Southern Boulevard, maybe ours could be a little nicer as well. Or even if we keep a small-sized tree, maybe we could just make sure the lights work on it. I mean it sincerely. I'm not being snide about it. I know it's a little request, but sometimes it's those little things that are easy to boost spirits and morale and make it feel like the citizens are being heard. And like I said, I do want to emphasize it's a suggestion made with respect and the spirit of the holidays coming up. It's in no way meant to be a complaint or a concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Dowd. Anyone else do we have?
Hi, Stacy Ewald, 54 Nicholson Drive. With respect to the Veterans Park, which I think is a great idea, as you were talking about the location for Shunpike, I thought about veterans in my life and knowing how noisy that park is, that might not be the optimal location. So I would just suggest if you can get a committee of veterans locally and maybe service members, especially with all the mental health issues that we have, it might be nice to have a more pastoral setting for a Veterans Park that they can really, enjoy and appreciate. So just a suggestion.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. My recommendation for Shunpike, just for everyone's edification, was the fact that it is very popular for that reason. And unfortunately, sometimes when you put parks, to your point, somewhere where it's a little quieter, nobody goes there. You look at our 9/11 memorial over here, wonderful memorial. I can guarantee you, not many people in the township even know it exists, unfortunately. So that was my point of putting it somewhere that's more visible, heavily trafficked. People recognize it and reminded every time when they're going to take those fields, they're taking those fields because of the flag and those who died for it. So that's my point. But thank you.
Yeah. Yes.
Richard Matlaga from 36 Dale Drive. I would agree with what Kurt just said, that the veterans, any kind of recognition should be in a public space where it's easy to see that you're reminded of it. But my question for today is, we're going to have a lot of discussion about the affordable housing this evening. And I wonder, does the committee have a liaison with the Board of Education?
Yes.
You do? Okay. Thank you. Do you report back in this setting on a regular basis?
Who is the liaison?
I'm a liaison. I report to them. If they have something that's of interest, they report to me. And in the context of affordable housing, there have been several, there's been at least one meeting, and I've had a discussion as well within the context of affordable housing.
Yeah, so much of what we're talking about will increase the schools, and when you go to pay your taxes, we're reminded that 67% of our taxes goes towards the schools, and it's the schools that give the value to our property, so
Yeah.
it all balances.
We're
Thank
trying
you.
to keep all parties apprised of what's going on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matlaga. Do I have anyone else? Please introduce yourself.
Hi, Christopher Jago from Fairmount Avenue, 318. I'd like to talk about the sidewalks project on Fairmount Avenue. I was here, I spoke against applying for the grant, which the committee went for the grant anyway. But I recently had communications from Mr. Hoffman that the township would still have to pay almost $250,000 to run that project, $40,000 for engineering costs, and another $200,000 at a minimum to township taxpayers' money. I think it's an unnecessary expense, and I don't think the taxpayers of Chatham Township are aware of it. My question is, how will that money be approved if it's not approved already? Is it going to be a public vote? Will you have a line item vote where each member votes to approve that money? Because I'm against spending it, and at least 3 or 4 of my other neighbors on Fairmount Avenue are against spending the money on that sidewalk project.
Okay. Thank you for bringing up, and do we respond, or,
It's up to you, Mayor, if you'd like, I can.
I mean, you can, please respond?
All right. Well, thank you. What Mr. Jago was speaking about is one of the Safe Routes to Schools grants. This was a grant that the township had applied for. I'm not sure whether it was 2017 or before. We received word last summer that the grant had been approved. This was a 50% matching grant, so the township would have to appropriate funds. If the township were to move forward with this project, it would become a capital project, and there would be an ordinance that would be introduced in 2020 or 2021, depending on the timeline for the project. And John, if you had some additional information on that, because you were here when it was initially done.
I guess it's a good thing that we get so many grants, but this one was actually a municipal aid grant. It wasn't one associated with the Safe Routes to School, so it follows the municipal aid program. We did receive it last year, and unfortunately, the grant that was applied to this project was only about half the money, was just over $200,000. So it is a substantial project that was proposed. I believe we do have a time limit regarding when we need to award that contract, and that is, I believe, in August of next year. So the timeline would be to bring to the committee when we discuss next year, when we talk about capital items, and we do have that as one of the line items as a proposed capital cost for next year is to pursue that project. So that's a decision the committee ultimately will be discussing, that and other capital items, and that's when that discussion would happen.
Thank you.
So
Could you
is
so
there
when,
a-
could you
is
just
there
tell
a
me,
chance that-
when is that going to be raised as a capital item?
This wouldn't be until 2020, so when we start our 2020 budget process, this is when it would come up, and this would come up with the township committee then, so.
Right, thank you.
So is there a chance that we will not approve the other half of the funding, since we're going here with a sidewalk that's only half paid for? All of a sudden, we're going to have to come up with $200,000 for a sidewalk that half of us voted for?
That is up to the committee to discuss.
So there is a possibility that the grant gets turned back and we do not build the sidewalk?
The committee has that option to do that.
Thank you.
Absolutely. It's frowned upon by the DOT because they gave you the money, wanted you to move forward, but it is a decision of the committee, and that's not an overwhelming decision requirement, but it is something to deliberate on.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have, okay.
Jane Devlin. I just wanted to go on record to say also that I would support what Mr. Ritter said about the Veterans Park being in a more inclusive, predominant place. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I see no one else, so I'm moving on. And now we have the consent agenda, and the consent agenda that has the routine items that may be passed by a single roll call vote, and any committee member may call for a separate discussion or vote any item. Greg?
This evening, we have Resolution 2019-202, payment of bills, 2019-203, receipt of reports, 2019-204, approving meeting minutes, 2019-205, approving executive session minutes, 2019-206, releasing escrow balances, 2019-207, releasing performance bond, 2019-208, amending 2019 budget for the Municipal Alliance Dieter Grant, 2019-209, amending 2019 budget for the Municipal Alliance Supplemental Grant, 210, amending salary resolution, 2019-211, appointing SLEO 3, 2019-212, budget transfers, and 2019-213, canceling unexpended balances.
Thank you, Greg. Do I have a motion to approve the
I
consent?
have a question on 2010, or 210, I'm sorry. The salary, do you have details on that, Bob? Is that a catch-up, or I'm trying to, why just the assistant pool manager, no one else, or?
Yeah, this is because, and thank you for bringing that up. This is because that particular position did not get a 2% increase as all of the other staff did. So it's $357, but this was, this was an oops on my part.
Gotcha.
Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Anyone second it?
Second.
Any committee discussion? Greg, roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Ness?
Yes.
Mrs. Schwartz?
Yes.
Mr. Ritter?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Kelly?
Yes.
And Mayor Stolin?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Now, the next item is the discussion item, which is the best practices inventory. So, Bob, you want to take it from here?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This part of our discussion has to do with the best practices inventory. This is something that's mandatory that every municipality in the state of New Jersey must fill out. This is for the state. Part of the requirement is also that after it's been submitted, that it appears on an agenda and that there is a brief discussion about it. So I am pleased to report that the Township of Chatham received a score of 41.5 out of 46. So any score that's above 30 means that the state of New Jersey will not withhold state aid. And as the Township Committee may recall from a previous discussion, the state aid is a misnomer because it is money that has been, that basically comes from, goes back to the 1880s and comes from the use of our municipal right-of-ways for, it started out for telegraph lines, now it's everything else related to telephones, communication data, things of that nature. So we will not lose any of the money that is really our own, and so that's the good news. We did have we did have to answer no on some items. One of the items that we answered no on was, has the municipality entered into or expanded shared services agreement this year? And the answer was no, we've been exploring them, but we did not actively enter into one. But the League of Municipalities magazine that arrived today has an article about our shared services agreement for the joint court. And that's in the Municipalities magazine today, and that's being held up as a model for the rest of the state to follow. So we can't have one of those every year, but we actively look on that. A couple of other things that we answered no to was if we have if we've created an accumulated absence liability trust fund. We have not done that. Does your municipality maintain centralized records for all time worked and all employees leave time? The answer is we have two different systems, and we're looking to merge the police department into the township's newer system, and then we will be able to in future years answer yes to that. And then have the auditors found any deficiencies from 2017 that have not been corrected in 2018. There was an audit comment about the segregation of duties, and the township, because of the small size of the staff, was not able to have separation of duties. That's been a management judgment. So we will look to see if we can segregate some duties so that we will be able to answer yes to that in the future. But those are just some of the reasons why we were not able to have a perfect score, and that's my report on best practices.
Thank you, Bob. Appreciate it.
Can I ask you a brief question? When we talk about the IT audit that we have in store for us at some point in 2020, will integrating our personnel that you mentioned between the police department and the rest of our administration, et cetera, will that be part of it to make sure we're coordinating on the same platform?
That, and, thank you for bringing that up, because I'll speak to another point. The answer is not early in 2020, but whoever our new IT provider will be, they will be part of that discussion. They will be evaluating the software to see, to see if it's compatible. Because the police run on a Pittman schedule, and so there's a couple things that has to happen. And because you brought up the IT, the township has a very happy dilemma. We went out to bid for IT services, and we received 12 bids for our IT services going forward, starting in 2020. And it's been a interesting review of all of the bid packages. So we're honing in on certain things. We're making sure that there's a level playing field. But the Township Committee will be receiving a recommendation at the December 12th meeting to award a contract for a new IT provider so that they can take over the service in 2020. Our current provider has transitioned out of the data service, and they're in the voice service, and they've been maintaining our equipment until we can find another vendor. So once that transition happens, that'll be part of our longer-term plan. So thank you for bringing that up.
Great, thank you. Now, moving on, we have two presentations on the agenda. The first one is pilot for Arbor Green at Chatham. Pilot means the payment in lieu of taxes. So now, Bob, you're going to take it from here, and you're going to do the presentation.
Well, I will, but Mayor, if you could do a soft shoe for a minute so I can
Yeah,
log in, that would be appropriate.
Now, just to kill the time, I can sing.
Well, you mentioned the Veterans Day ceremony, and I just wanted to thank the Green Village Fire Department for their ceremony that they had on Veterans Day. We had a beautiful day for it, and it was lovely. And it was great to spend some time out there. Thank veterans. My father served in World War II, so it was especially always kind of a moving day for me, and that rendition of Alleluia, I had to put my sunglasses on, let's just say that. So thank you to the auxiliary and the members of the Green Village Fire Department for putting this on annually. Is that enough time, Bob? I could talk about holiday events.
After that ceremony, I actually joined another one at Juniper Village, and that was wonderful. And we had 12 veterans, and so we celebrated together. That was a great event at the Juniper Village. So, find some
More else? Okay. Thursday, the 21st, in downtown Chatham Borough, there will be the White Light Tree Ceremony. So if you want to start getting into the holiday spirit, stores will be open downtown. There's discounts. The lights will go on. Santa and Mrs. Claus will be visiting in the gazebo in Chatham Borough on December 6th, and at Green Village Fire Department on is it the 7th or the 8th? Am I day? It's the 6th or the 7th or the 7th or the 8th. So that weekend, Santa and Mrs. Claus will be making a stop at the Borough Gazebo from 5 until 7, and then you can see the spectacular Christmas tree in the Triangle in Green Village on that Sunday, and also visit Santa there too. I'm running out of events, Bob.
Okay. Well, we're ready to go. All right, since we're going to be the first thing that we're going to be talking about is a pilot agreement. So, what is a municipal pilot? And a municipal pilot it's a payment in lieu of taxes. And a pilot is a financial agreement that, let me put that up here. It's a financial agreement that helps implement planning goals for development or redevelopment. It's a financing tool for municipalities to assist in the creation of developments that would not normally be feasible. It helps to facilitate affordable housing obligations through development or redevelopment. So the question is, how does a pilot work? And it starts with the planning process. Yeah. Wonderful. Thank you. So it begins with determining if an area is blighted and in need of redevelopment. So the definition of blighted and in need of redevelopment is not the same definition that comes to mind when you think about blighted, something that's blighted like an urban center or something like that. There's a definition that's much broader. So blighted has that meaning of, something that has vacant buildings and things of that nature. But it's also the definition covers what I would call a gentler version of being blighted. So you have to have an area that's blighted or in need of redevelopment, and then the area has to be designated as an area in need of redevelopment. So the governing body of whatever the municipality is has to agree that there's an area that's in need of redevelopment, and then a redevelopment plan has to be presented. Somebody has to develop a plan, it has to be presented, and then after that redevelopment plan has been presented and evaluated, it has to be adopted by both the planning board and the township committee. And then, once it's been adopted, the township committee can then go forward and negotiate with a developer or developers for that particular development on whatever that parcel is. So a pilot agreement, it's something that it's based on and it's consistent with the long-term tax exemption law here in the state of New Jersey. So the terms of agreement for a pilot can be up to 30 years from the completion of the development, or a maximum of 35 years if the agreement starts at the date of the execution of the agreement. So, you might sign an agreement for a development, and it might take a couple of years with the planning and things of that nature. So that could be part of the 35 years. Then part of the agreement is that the municipality will enter into an annual service charge with the developer. The annual service charge is determined by the percentage of gross annual revenues for that development. And usually that's based on the rent that's collected for the development. The ACS, as it's called, is then subject to conventional tax phase-ins. So the same percentage doesn't last for the whole length of the pilot agreement. It increases over time. So what are some of the benefits of a pilot? The pilot agreement provides tax relief to developers and redevelopers. It helps reduce other costs that they have to develop a parcel. It gives developers and redevelopers certainty about some of their future costs. And it helps to secure development financing. They can take a pilot agreement to a lender, and then they will be able to obtain funding for the project, or they can take it to several different lenders and obtain funding. And then statewide, it helps to attract commercial and residential tenants to these developments. Now, tonight we're specifically talking about a residential development. We're not talking about a commercial development, but many municipalities have a combined commercial and residential component for development. So that would apply to others, but we're specifically talking about the Arbor Green project, and that's a 100% residential project. So what are some of the benefits to the township? It transforms blighted property. It brings in new ratables after the pilot ends. So the pilot can be up to 30 years. There's a phase-in for an increase in the pilot payments to the municipality. But at the end of that period, we have a new ratable on the books. You know, if it's a mixed use with commercial in it, it's a boost to the local economy because it creates new jobs. With a pilot, the township retains 95% of all of the pilot proceeds. The county would receive 5%. The township receives the 95% because it helps to cover the costs for police services, for fire service, the emergency squad, for sewer charges, for water charges, because they are things that are not always covered directly by the developer or by that project. So as the Arbor Green project moves forward, this project is 100% affordable housing development, and it's being developed on a site that's formerly known as the skateboard park. That site is not on the tax rolls. It's a municipal parcel, so it doesn't there's no tax revenue that's coming from it. And the township had originally been approached about receiving, having a pilot at 5% of the adjusted gross revenue or the rents, and then it's been agreed to that we are going to be receiving 6.28% of the pilot, which is more consistent with what is received around the state. The township is going to be receiving from this approximately $17,900 based on the first year's rent. So the township would receive $17,000 and the county would receive $9,000. Thank you. Yes, $900. If I said 9,000, that was wrong. So thank you for correcting me on that. The Arbor Green project is tied to the market rate project at Dixie-Dale. So the Dixie-Dale project is a 53-unit project that will be all market rate. The developer for this project is going to be building the Arbor Green project for the township, and that will help the township satisfy part of its affordable housing obligation. So the average sales price for the Dixie-Dale project is between $1 million and $1.3 million. And the reason we've done this analysis is we wanted to look at how the increase in ratables will help to cover the cost for projected municipal expenses, but also projected school expenses. And we wanted to also take a look and see what would be the projection for the number of students that would be coming into our school system from Arbor Green, from the Dixie-Dale project, and also from the upcoming 74 affordable housing units that will have to be built as part of our Round 3 obligation. So this slide here shows the description for the affordable housing units that are going to be built, as well as the market rate units that are going to be built. So we're looking at an increased unit count of 77 for Arbor Green, and for the Dixie-Dale project. We're projecting that there will be 16 students that will be joining our school system from there. And we are projecting that based on the increase in ratables from the development of the Dixie-Dale project, that the ratable base would increase by approximately, I guess it would increase by approximately $636,000. And the, that portion of the increase would not go directly to the school district, but it would go into the, basically, the pie would be expanded for our residents who are paying their school property taxes. So based on the, I guess, the average assessed value of a house at $815,000, the residents would wind up paying, based on their 2019 property tax bill, their portion of the school taxes would theoretically go down $154.85. And that's based on 2019, the 2019 budget. So what this shows is that Dixie-Dale will be able to help cover the projected increased student enrollment, and it will generate enough revenue so that the rest of the residents of the township will theoretically pay less for their school taxes based on the increase in ratables.
What happens to that money, Bob?
That money does not go to the school district. That needs to be clear.
That stays in the municipal budget.
Well, no, it stays in our ratable base. So the portion of property taxes that our residents will pay for the schools should theoretically decrease slightly.
Right, because the school district has given us their budget, and then we divide our receipts and we send the school district their money.
That's correct. The school
Right.
district budget is the school district budget.
So if there's more money coming in to Chatham Township and we satisfy the school district's budget, if there's more money coming into Chatham Township than is needed to satisfy the school district's budget, that's my question to you.
No, it just means that each resident would pay less for the school district portion of their budget.
Retroactively?
No, just for when it goes online, for when Dixie-Dale comes online.
That means everybody's taxes are going down?
No. It means that based on the 2019 budget and based on the projections here, when Dixie-Dale comes online, the residents of the township, their tax bill for schools should theoretically be $154 less. But we all know that that's based on 2019 projections. We do not know what the 2020 school district budget will be. We do not know what the 2021 school district budget will be. But what we do know is that the rateable base will increase, and so the percentage that the residents will pay should theoretically be less.
There you go.
So
Theoretically.
theoretically. Yeah. So that's a presentation on pilots. This is and this is how it's related to Arbor Green. We will have a more extensive presentation on pilots at the December 12th meeting, so that it will be this again, but there will be some other factors that are involved in it.
Bob, will this presentation be put online as well for residents?
Yes, it will be. It'll be up on our website and
Share it on social media so folks know about it as well?
Yes.
Great.
Okay, great. Thank you, Bob. Thank you. So now we have the next presentation that is Municipal Affordable Housing Site or Sites. So Bob, you will take it from here.
Yes, Mayor.
And
do a song and dance for a minute?
Sure.
All right.
All right. Any plans for Thanksgiving? It's painful. Everybody's watching you. Trying to find that file. Maybe your computer may have hacked.
Mayor, if I could just
Sure.
address the pilot agreement again. Mr. Hoffman has provided a very good overview of pilot programs, how they operate throughout the state. Later on tonight's agenda, there will be a request to introduce a payment in lieu of taxes ordinance specifically for the Arbor Glen or skate park development. As you know, the skate park has been designated as an affordable housing site for at least 2 decades. The skate park was included as part of the settlement agreement with the Fair Share Housing Center to settle the affordable housing litigation. It provides 24 units of the obligation of the municipality of 98, so it provides 25% of that obligation. This development is also unique because the Dixie-Dale development has 53 units, 50 of which are townhome type units, and 3 of which will be on top of the existing mansion, or the existing mansion will be developed with 3 units. So we have a very high percentage of market rate units to affordable units in this inclusionary development. Typically, you see a 20% set aside. This far exceeds that set aside. The Dixie-Dale property, if it were designated for affordable housing under a builder's remedy lawsuit, because it is in excess of 30 acres, it could be anticipated that there would be a large number of market units there, much larger than the 54 that are projected. Typically, you can have up to 10 to 12 units an acre, and this is far below that. So this is a mechanism that the township can utilize to make this development financially feasible for the developer proceeding forward. The municipality, in this particular case, has a developer who will obtain the approvals for the Dixie-Dale development, which has already been done. On October 21st of this year, the planning board granted approval, a site plan approval for this development, and it is anticipated that at the December 2 meeting, the planning board will adopt the appropriate resolution memorializing that approval. The Dixie-Dale developer is not only getting approvals for this, but will be seeking private financing. They will be supplying their own financing for this, and they will also be seeking a private equity financing. There is no municipal or governmental financing involved here. The Dixie-Dale developer will not only have it approved, obtain the financing, but will also be constructing the development, managing it, and operating it for the long term. So in this particular case, this is part of the township's contribution to make this development financially feasible. As Mr. Hoffman said, it adds stability to this development so that when the developer does go out for financing, it can point to the fact that the taxes or the payment in lieu of taxes will be directly proportionate to the rents, and the developer and the lender will know what the percentage of the adjusted gross rental payment is. So it is a benefit to the municipality in the sense that you're meeting 25% of your affordable housing obligation on a site that was long designated for affordable housing. In addition to that, the developer, as I said, is a self-sustaining developer that will be able to basically go from point A to point Z and have this development approved, financed, built, all at the developer's own expense. So tonight, and the reason for this background, as Mr. Hoffman said, is that later on in the agenda, there's an ordinance to approve the financial agreement. Typically, when on an ordinance introduction, you do not get this type of extensive background on what the ordinance is and what its purpose. So the thought was to provide that explanation to the Township Committee now, to the public now, in anticipation of a public hearing being on the agenda on this ordinance on December 12th. The financial information that Mr. Hoffman has presented was developed in conjunction with a financial consultant that the township retained. That financial consultant is not being paid by the municipality, but is being paid by the developer. And so that financial consultant will be here on December 12th to present it in greater detail and answer your questions and those of the public. So tonight, the action you're being asked to take is to introduce this ordinance, to schedule it for a public hearing on December 12th, and have a fuller presentation at that point.
Thank you.
Can I have a quick question? Can we ask the Communications Committee to review the website, particularly the affordable housing page? It hasn't been updated since I think I last updated over a year ago. And I know we've got out-of-date Q&As there and all this information. Obviously, this comes to a head. People are now going to start poking their heads out of the ground and realizing what's going on in the township here. And this room will probably be filled to capacity on the 12th. And I think anything we can do in advance of, providing as much background information to our residents in advance of the 12th would be very helpful. I'm not sure why the page hasn't been updated by the Communications Committee, but maybe they can work on that in the next month or so.
I think it's a great idea. Bob, you ready?
Sure. And just as a follow-up to what Mr. Cruz has said about the pilot agreement, the data in that presentation was reviewed with our superintendent of schools and the business administrator for the schools. The financial consultant and I met with the school business administrator and the superintendent on the afternoon of November 5th, I believe, and we spent 2.5 hours going through the presentation and analyzing it together. They had asked for they had asked good questions, good thoughtful questions, and they had made some suggestions which we wound up incorporating into that slide presentation. So they are to be commended for helping us go through the analysis, and they helped improve it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, there's one additional point that I would like to make that is important, and that is the projections of the number of school children. There are 3 bases for the projection of school children here. One is a study performed by the Blaustein School of Public Research, which was completed in 2017 or 2018, that specifically addresses the number of school children that are generated by affordable housing developments. A second source, which is a very practical source, is within the municipality there is an affordable housing development by the name of Chatham Glen. It is a 72-unit development, and from historical information, we know the number of school children that go to the schools from that development. That's a second source of information. The third source of information that supports the number of school children projected here is that Dixie-Dale will be comparable to an already existing development within the municipality, the Rosevale development. And so The attempt or the analysis is to compare apples to apples, to look at an existing affordable housing development and the number of school children that development generates, to look at a comparable market development, Dixie-Dale and Roseville, see what Roseville generates and project that to Dixie-Dale because they're very similar. I believe Dixie-Dale has 53 units and Roseville may have 56. So it is a very close comparison. So that is, and as Mr. Hoffman said, these numbers, including the projections, were discussed with the school superintendent and business administrator. And it is important to note that not only is it an academic review based upon the Blaustein School, but it is an actual review based upon actual data that the municipality has had the benefit of seeing.
Great. Thank you, Al.
All right, thank you. And I know that I mentioned that there was going to be 16 students that were projected coming from the Arbor Green and Dixie-Dale. Overall, we were estimating that with the addition of the 74 affordable housing units, the total number of students that would be entering the school district would be 50. So we were looking at a maximum of 50, and I just don't remember if I had mentioned that during the presentation. So, all right. So, Mr. Mayor, if I may, I would like to speak about the township's implementation of the court-approved affordable housing agreement. And this is a report to our residents. This is a report to the township committee. And this evening, this particular report, tonight has it's been several years in the making. So this is an issue that goes back to probably 2015, 2016, but in December of 2018, on December 13th, 2018, the Township of Chatham had agreed to settle a matter of litigation with the Fair Share Housing Center. They had sued the township over the issue of affordable housing, and after several years of evaluation and looking at what was best for the township, an agreement was reached, and in that settlement, the township, all parties believed that the township's realistic development potential for affordable housing was 200 units. And the way that we arrived at that 200 units, and I'm saying the proverbial we, was that 24 units would be built at the skateboard park. Previously, the township had entered into an agreement to subsidize 72 units at Chatham Glen, also known as Vernon Grove, to make those 72 units deed restricted and then affordable housing condominiums. So people owned those units. There were 4 units that were a group home. There's a regional contribution for 8 units, which means that over time the township will contribute to the rehabilitation of housing in other areas of Morris County, and that would be designated by an organization in the county, but it would be a maximum of 8. Then there would be 72 units that would be built on municipally owned sites to help settle this. And we have bonus credits. We have 18 bonus credits that go into this mix, but we actually have a total of 28 bonus credits. So we're using 18 now, and we have additional credits, hopefully for the future. So for the full breakdown of how the realistic development potential came to pass, you can refer to Section 7. It's actually page 2, 3, and 4 of the agreement, the December 13th agreement. That is on the township website under the affordable housing section. So you would be able to take a look there and read all of the information.
If I could just
Sure.
interrupt. Just to clarify, the 200 units, and prior township committee meetings, there has been a discussion of the vacant land analysis and the purpose for that vacant land analysis. The vacant land analysis is a methodology to determine what the municipality's potential development going forward is. It doesn't mean that the properties that are identified in the vacant land analysis are going to be built upon or utilized for affordable housing or taken by eminent domain by the municipality for affordable housing. It is a mechanism to calculate the municipality's carrying capacity for future development. It is a mechanism to be able to reduce the municipality's obligation based upon available land. So the 200 units arises from the vacant land analysis that the municipality has sufficient land to support 200 affordable housing units. Under typical scenario, that would mean 1,000 total units. What this chart shows is that the municipality meets that 200-unit obligation through a series of mechanisms. The first mechanism being 24 units at the skate park. Part of that first mechanism is 74 units at a municipal site or sites to be determined. The extension of controls at Chatham Glen or Vernon Grove for 4 units from the group home. And that yields the total number of credits that the municipality has, and the total number of credits to the municipality exceeds 200 units. So what this plan does is it meets the township's affordable housing obligation for what is commonly referred to as the third round, or until July of 2025. So if the township proceeds forward in the matter that is being presented, if then the court approves these mechanisms, then the township will be protected from builders' remedies lawsuits until the year 2025, July of 2025. As Mr. Hoffman said, this process started in 2015 when the New Jersey Supreme Court determined that the Council on Affordable Housing, sometimes referred to as COA, was dysfunctional and no longer operating. And it took affordable housing from an administrative agency that had really failed since 1999 to adopt regulations that would be legally sustainable for the third round. So what this number represents is really 25 years, 1999 to 2025, and if you look at the settlement agreement, it talks about an obligation of a 25-year period. And when you compare this period with the prior period, this is a much reduced number. The regional contribution agreement is a carryover from the second round. You get credit for that. It's not rehabilitation, but it's a regional contribution agreement, a payment that was made by the Township of Chatham to the City of Newark for eight units, and the town continues to get credit for that because through a complicated method, you aggregate the second and the third round, and then you net out the various credits. So my point being here is the vacant land analysis was utilized to develop the carrying capacity of the municipality. That carrying capacity was determined and negotiated to be 200 units, 200 affordable units, which would be, under typical circumstances, if you were using a 20% set aside, that would be 1,000 units. and total of market and affordable. And here, you've substantially reduced that obligation. Okay. So thank you.
Thank you. So moving forward, the township must identify a municipally owned site or sites that would be used to construct 74 affordable housing units. The December 13th agreement protected the town from the builder's remedy lawsuits, as Mr. Cruz pointed out. And while we were going through the analysis, the township has looked and evaluated. Let me step back. Previous township committees, as well as the township committee in 2019, they took a look. They evaluated what were the benefits of agreeing to a 100% affordable solution versus allowing the builder's remedy market rate projects. And that, as Mr. Cruz explained, that's the 20% set aside, where you're theoretically, whatever the developer is building, if he's building 6 units at market rate, he has to build 1 unit of affordable housing. So, and if they were going to build rentals or garden apartment rentals, they would only have to build 15% of their units as a set aside. When you looked at the total exposure for the township, looking at the builder's remedy, there was going to be we would be looking at an approximate increase of 500 new homes when you included both the market rate and the affordable. So that was the decision that the township committees were wrestling with. Is it better to have developers come in, have them build market rates, and then also have them build affordable? That would increase the density on certain properties. What was best overall for the township? And then in 2018, in December, it was decided that the best alternative would be to use a 100% affordable housing solution, so that we would have the development of 74 units, and we would not have to worry about the additional developments from a market rate project. So, let me see what's going on. This particular slide is really the heart and soul of the matter. In the agreement on December 13th of 2018, it was agreed that the township would identify a site and provide that site for the development of 74 units of affordable housing, 100% affordable housing. So that's what we're talking about tonight. Where is that site, or where are those sites, and what was the process that was used to come up with the determination? So the township has to identify the site or sites for 74 affordable housing units. That evaluation had to occur between December of 2018 and now. Where are we going to place those 74 affordable housing units? Part of the discussion was, where will the development be that is going to be least disruptive and the most cost efficient for the municipality, for the township, and for its residents? The evaluation questions that were used is, what is the most beneficial and cost-effective locations? What sites provide the best overall value to the township? And then, what sites will have the least negative environmental impact? What sites, from a good planning perspective, will stand the test of time? And are there sites that can be effectively repurposed? And what is the overall short and long-term financial impact to the township? So there's a lot of effort that went into the evaluation. Every municipally owned parcel and easement was reviewed. And there was a lot of evaluation of these parcels. And when it comes down to it, is this building, the municipal building at 58 Myersville Road, makes the most sense. To be used for affordable housing. This structure can be repurposed for the development of 65 affordable housing units. The senior center will be able to return to the renovated space and continue to operate here. They would have to be relocated and have their programs out of another location, but they would be able to come back here. The gym will be able to be retained for the township's usage. The ball field and the playground will be able to remain. The parking lot nearest to the gym will remain for municipal purposes. So this parcel would have to be subdivided because the township has to provide the land to a developer. But we need to retain part of this land for our municipal purposes, for the betterment of our township and its residents. But to do that, the municipal offices will have to move to a new location. As I said earlier, we can only build 65 affordable housing units on this site based on the formulas that the state has. So 9 units will have to be built at another location or locations yet to be determined, because we are still trying to evaluate where we can build those other sites with the constraints that we have, whether it's wetlands buffering issues, overhead power lines, you name it, just issues that don't make many locations feasible. The good news, the silver lining in our evaluation is that these 9 units, when they're constructed, they can be constructed with 100% grant funding. So that means that the township will save $2,250,000 because we'll be able to obtain grant funding. So this would equate to each residential property owner would save $562.35 based on our 2019 assessed value for homes. Why here?
If I could just add a couple of things. Mr. Hoffman has used the term "we," but the township is not going into the affordable housing business. It's not becoming a landlord. The intent would be is to designate a developer to do the approval, design, and construction of the units at this site. Also at the other 9 units. So it is a way to, when you have 100% affordable housing development, what that means is the municipality controls the land. That is the key item, municipal control. And that is why Mr. Hoffman explained in detail the analysis that had been done to select the site. And by having 100% affordable housing development on municipally owned land that will be conveyed to a developer, what the municipality has done is it has really reduced or limited the other areas of the town where affordable housing could be placed. So it's a mechanism for the municipality to maintain control of its zoning and its density by the municipality being able to say this is where affordable housing would be, as opposed to a developer saying this is where the developer would like it. It is an accepted methodology of meeting the affordable housing obligation.
Thank you, Albert. And if I said we, the we that I meant was was for our evaluation. So thank you for making sure that that we were precise with this language in our presentation. So looking at why this site makes sense. In March of 2008, there was a report that had been commissioned for what would be needed to renovate the municipal building to so that it would be able to function going forward. There were various systems that were reaching the end of their life expectancy, and there were improvements that needed to be made, and the township wanted to plan for the future and to see what needed to be done, and then to start to time those improvements. At the time, the costs for the improvements were $3,807,216. That was 11 years ago. So based on the Bureau of Labor Statistics inflation rate, those dollars in today's terms would be $4,588,493.35. So this building was, as an overview, was originally built and occupied in 1970. It had been opened as the Mountain View Elementary School. It was used as a school for several years, and then the school district vacated the building, and it was vacant. The township purchased the building from the Board of Education probably in 1986, and then in 1987 the township moved its administrative offices to this reconfigured building. A new roof had been put on the building, new boilers had been installed, the offices had been built because the floor plan was an open floor plan. In about 2009, the Board of Education moved their administrative offices into the space, and they shared this space with the township up until January of this year. They moved out around January 14th of this year, and then I officially arrived on February 1st, so I was wondering if it was something that I had said, but so they moved their administrative offices to the high school. So what we have in our building here with the senior center staff is we have 15 full and part-time permanent employees in a 40,000 square foot building. The rooftop air conditioning units were installed in 1986 and are reaching the end of their useful life. The roof has 6 active leaks that we've been patching, and the roof is at the end of its useful life. The 6 boilers are in need of replacing. The gas and electric and water for this building in 2018 was $120,000. So when you factor the cost in for each township employee, when you exclude the part-time staff for the senior center, that equates to $10,909 per township employee per year just for the gas, electric, and water. And then when you look ahead further and you say, okay, how is the building used? The building is unoccupied for 2,688 hours a year. So it's costing us $36,798 to heat or air condition the building when it's unoccupied. This building has 704 linear feet of 7-foot-tall double pane windows that need to be replaced, as well as the frame. The gas in between the windows has dissipated. Our DPW staff does a wonderful job of keeping the walkways clean around the building, and whenever they blow leaves, the windows have voids in them, so the leaves wind up in the office. So whenever the DPW blows leaves, I wind up with leaves in my office. But that's life. Then our police department the police department building was built in 1976, and it needs a new roof, and it needs several other things. The police department, based on the updated Department of Corrections standards for detention facilities, our holding cells are too small, and we found out that the steel is not the right gauge. So we have 2 holding cells that will no longer be useful. Based on the new law, we have to build 6 holding cells. We definitely have to build 4, but we are probably going to have to build an additional 2 holding cells. The holding cells have to be Male and females cannot be housed in the same area. Males and females have to be on opposite sides of the building, and you have to have a cell for adults and teenagers. We also are required to build a sally port. What a sally port is it's basically a big garage that the police car would drive in. The door comes down behind it, and it locks automatically so that if there's a detainee in the police car and they try and escape, they can only run out of the police car, but they're in a contained area. So they can't run out the garage door, and the doors that go into the police department are automatically locked, so they can't go in there. But then there's a series of electronic locks that will let the police officers bring the detainees in so that they can be processed and then held. So a sally port needs to be constructed. As I said before, the roof requires replacement. The HVAC system over at the police department is not working properly and will have to be replaced. And the electrical system does not properly serve the police department. That has to be upgraded and beefed up. So the estimated cost that we have for that is approximately $5 million. So when you look at the options that the township has of investing in repairing the municipal building and the police department, or looking at a combined municipal building and police department, what is the best value overall? And when you project out the costs over 30 years, the best value for the township is to build a new combined municipal building, because over the 30-year life of the bond, you would save approximately $5 million. So what it comes down to is it will cost less to build a new, properly sized, energy-efficient building that's a combined building, rather than upgrade and maintain two buildings that were built in the 1970s. So what are our next steps? The next steps to continue with the implementation of this agreement is to identify a developer to construct 74 affordable housing units. Then, once plans are developed, present the concept plans to the public. We need to continue discussions with the senior center and with others so that the senior center can be temporarily relocated and their programs can continue. We need to discuss with the combined Recreation Commission of the Chathams, how to provide for gym space for ongoing programs. We need to hire an architect to design a new combined building, and then include an updated parking plan for that location, because the skateboard park project will result in 16 to 23 parking spaces being lost for township purposes. And then research temporary locations to relocate the municipal staff if that becomes necessary. So what we've outlined here is it's a step on a continuing process or a continuing journey. It's not the beginning of the process. That beginning of the process started in 2015, and it's not the end. This journey will continue for several years to come, and the township will over time, the township committee will have to make decisions that will be that will set policies so that we can implement the agreement. And the township committee, now and in the future, as it has done in the past, will continue to evaluate all of the options and make the decisions that are best for the township, for the short term as well as the long term. And I anticipate, Mr. Mayor and members of the Township Committee, that I will be reporting back to the Township Committee and to the residents several times more in the future. So, That's
you,
my,
Bob.
that's my report. And if you look, if you're interested, the full text of the agreement, the 40-page version of the agreement is on our website, and this is what the first page looks like, and that is the link to it.
Bob, as Kurt mentioned before, is this going to be also on our website?
Yes, it will.
Okay.
Yes.
And Bob, is it now we can ask some questions, or you open up the public, or I want the public to understand. The Muni building was not the only location we had reviewed, right?
That is correct. This building did not, this building only became viable when all of the other options were not viable. We had looked at several sites that we thought were viable. There was a particular site that had previously been identified, and when the developers went to take a look at that site, it was too constrained. We were looking at almost a 5-story building on that location, and it was going to require a significant investment because we were going to have to run a sewer line down to that location, and that was going to be something that would be paid for by the municipality, not the developer. So that was part of it. So yes, so thank you for bringing that up. And one of the other things that I should also bring up is the projected plan for this particular location is to have 3 stories, have this story plus 2 more. So there would be 3 stories here. There wouldn't be 4 or 5 or anything like that, but 3 stories, 65 units, save the gym, have the senior center move back into its location downstairs after the build out, and then protect our recreation assets as well as the parking lot.
Yeah, very good. And so one could argue that even if this building was in pristine condition, it remains the best location for our needs.
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
All right, so now we're going to have hearing of citizens later in on the agenda. So let's proceed with the additional resolutions for consideration.
Well, Mr.
Before
Mayor, before you go to that, if I may just address one issue. Go ahead, Greg, shut the... As Mr. Hoffman listed on the slide, was entitled Heart and Soul of the December 13, 2018 Agreement. The agreement provides that the township would identify a site or sites, and Mr. Hoffman quotes that. That agreement required the municipality to complete that process by the end of June or so of this year. However, for the reasons that Mr. Hoffman explained, that the township did undertake an exhaustive review of available sites, the court has granted extensions for the township to be able to identify the site or sites. So right now, I have to report back to the judge in the middle of December what steps the township has taken to identify those sites, because the agreement also required that the township go to a final compliance hearing on its overall plan within 6 months of the adoption, or at 180 days. So that again would have been through the end of July or so. So what you are being asked tonight to do is to designate the municipal building as a site for 65 affordable units. As Mr. Hoffman also said, the municipality has not yet been able to identify the site or sites for the other 9 units. But in order for the municipality to comply with its settlement, it needs to designate the municipal building as a site so that the matter can be referred to the planning board for review as part of the 2019 Housing Element and Fair Share Plan, which is the affordable housing plan of the municipality. And the Fair Share Plan essentially memorializes the settlement agreement in a planning document. So I would encourage the Township Committee to have a discussion on this, and at the end of that discussion, have, at a minimum, a consensus to designate this facility as the affordable housing site. And I would probably, I think the preferred method would be is just to have a voice vote on whether or not this building is the site that you are designating.
Counselor, when we talk about not being able to identify any other properties in town that would yield something close to our 74 obligations, if we were to forego naming this site, we've already talked about having another possible site that was obviously too difficult to engineer. The ramifications of not naming a site and going back to the court and saying, I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do. What is the penalty or the ramifications to the Township of Chatham, knowing that we could not come up with something for their mandatory 74 additional units?
Well, again, this is an agreement that the Township made in December of 2018. What you have been attempting to do is to implement that agreement. You've run into certain difficulties in implementing that agreement, as Mr. Hoffman explained. Those difficulties have been reported to the court. If I were to go back to the court and say that the municipality is, and as I have been reporting to the court has been extending the immunity that the municipality has from builders' remedy lawsuits. So each time I've spoken with the court and brought the court up to date, the court has extended the immunity to allow the municipality to continue to proceed forward.
So this immunity that we have hanging over us like the sword of Damocles here, if all of a sudden we no longer have this immunity because we can no longer legitimately identify an engineerable site, what is this builder's immunity? I mean, we've been over this for months and months, but I'm not sure that the folks who are all of a sudden having this thrown at them understand what builder's immunity means and why it's so necessary for us to maintain it if it is.
Well, the builders, the immunity from builders' lawsuits doesn't hang over your head. Immunity is a good thing.
The idea of losing it.
Correct.
Let me say the idea of losing it is hanging over our head.
Having immunity is a good thing because it allows the municipality to continue to control its zoning. Losing it then opens the municipality for a builder to come into the municipality and say, you municipality do not have a compliant plan. You do not have a plan which constitutionally meets your affordable housing obligation. So therefore, you are no longer entitled to immunity, you're no longer entitled to protection, and I, as a builder, will say to you, I can help you meet your obligation, part of it, or all of it. But in return for that, the builder will want an increased density. And so that density...
He's got to find the property.
He certainly has to find a property.
Well, if we couldn't find the property, what makes us think he could find the property?
Well, it's slightly different, okay? If you're doing 100% affordable housing development, and it is not just 100% affordable housing development, it is a municipally sponsored affordable housing development. That means, and as I think I said previously, it means the municipality controls the land. Otherwise, the plan would not have a solid foundation. If municipalities can say, yes, we're going to build 100% affordable housing development that is municipally sponsored and not have the ability to meet that representation, then the plan would fail. So in answer to your question, if I were to report to the court that we could not come up with a site or sites and could not meet the terms of the settlement agreement, then I suspect the court would schedule a hearing, at which time the court would determine whether or not the township was constitutionally compliant and strip the municipal, and if it found that it was not, that the municipality was not constitutionally compliant with providing a realistic development for affordable housing, it would strip the municipality of an immunity from the builder's remedy, and then the market forces would take effect, and any property or properties in the municipality could be the basis for a builder's remedy lawsuit.
So a builder would come into town and identify a parcel or parcels of land and purchase them with his own capital, and then apply for rezoning,
No,
and then put up multifamily dwellings
well,
in a neighborhood, or in an industrial location, or,
the builder, when that occurs, when that scenario occurs, the municipality really loses control of the planning process. The court has the ability to name a special master and a hearing officer that will determine what the zoning is for that property and what the development would look like.
and so what kind of building would you put up on areas of our township which are actually not engineerable?
Well, what I have learned over the years is that even if you think you have no available land, there is available land. There are many instances where affordable housing developments have been foisted upon a municipality where the development is grossly out of proportion with the rest of the municipality. So it is the difference between controlling your own destiny through zoning or letting someone else control it for you.
So we would be allowing a builder to come into town, purchase a parcel or parcels of land with their own money, and put up some sort of multifamily dwelling with a set aside for affordable housing.
Right. And remember that set aside may or may not meet your entire obligation.
Sure.
The builder doesn't have to, he can say, I can provide 1 unit.
I'll
I can
put up
provide
5
5
units over
units.
here. Right.
I can provide, because you don't have a plan.
Sure, but he could put up 5. He can purchase the land and put up 5 units.
And have one as affordable.
Right.
Okay, and that still leaves you a long way off from meeting your obligation.
For the market forces to determine it.
Correct.
Correct. Thank you.
Mayor? Sure. On that topic, we've arrived at the conclusion that this site is the best site for 74 approximately units. But the way I'm interpreting what our attorney just told us is that we've eliminated a lot of other sites that couldn't accommodate that number of units.
No, you've
But-
eliminated municipally owned
Owned
sites.
sites.
Municipally owned sites. You've not eliminated every
Okay.
potential site in the town.
Okay, but my point is that a developer is not going to be constrained to 74 units. A developer could put together 2 half-acre lots, get an acre, and come up with a plan for 15 units on an acre, of which only 2 or 3 would be affordable. And even if we rejected that plan at the planning board or the zoning board level, the precedent is that the courts would overturn that if we did not have the immunity. So we would be looking at a potential 15-unit multifamily development on a 1-acre piece of property, which would give us only 2 or 3 affordable units toward our 74-unit requirement. So you'd have to multiply that by 30, 35 potential developments of that kind scattered around residential neighborhoods of Chatham Township as the worst-case scenario. And if we went the developer's route and decided to tough it out and say let the market decide. So it's kind of an apples to oranges comparison to say that This, we're constrained for sites of 74 units, but we could be frighteningly exposed to developments of much smaller.
Yeah, I think the point there, Mike, though, is, let's be honest, I don't think a developer's gonna come in to Huron Drive and buy 4 lots and then build multifamily housing there, right? I mean, they're not building just to build it, they're building so they can sell it, rent it, do whatever. So it's gotta be economically feasible for them. But to your point, the concern is, from my perspective, is we think of the one large, probably one of the largest private parcels of land in the town right now, sits across from the Fairmont Country Club, Noe Pond, right? Right now, the question would be, if we don't solve for this problem today, what do you expose yourself to in the future? And we know that Dixie-Dale, a lot of people threw eggs at us for saying, why do you have 56 units going in here? We've talked time and time again, I don't think we can say it enough. The alternative to 56 units is probably what, 400 something plus units? So
The alternative there was 405 units total.
exactly, and then you do your set aside, we still wouldn't have been reaching the amount that we're required to do. So Dixie-Dale was a win-win, I think, as you've read tonight, in terms of what the committee has done in the past to solve for that issue, as well as the skate park. What we're faced with today is these additional 74 units that we need to solve for. It's the best of the worst case scenarios here. We've looked at other parcels, municipal parcels in the township. Is it a great deal? Is it a good deal? Hell no, I don't think so. Is it the best, I think, right now, and what we need to do? Yes. We've heard a lot of people on social media talk about, the fact that the administration or the prior committees didn't invest in the police station or the municipal building, and shame on us and all the rest. Well, one could argue, quite frankly, you walk around the building, it's a almost 50-year-old building here. It takes its wear and tear. There have been investments in this building, but quite frankly, as I said earlier, this building could be pristine, state of the art. The fact of the matter is, it still remains the best option we have to solve for the case today. So I say that, and I also want to say, in terms of the police department, as the next committee people come on board here, Stacy and Celeste, this issue doesn't end tonight. This issue continues, as Albert and Bob have said, for the next couple of years, right? We've been dealing with this for 4 years right now. The police department, there should be consideration, do we merge, with Harding, Long Hill, the borough? What are the options there? So I throw that out there, and as I said, it's not been an easy road. I said we've spent more time in executive session meetings over the past 4 years than we have in regular session meetings. But I think what we've come to tonight is the best of the worst case scenario here.
Excellent.
Just to your point, which is the process doesn't end tonight. You are correct. The process really starts tonight. The designation of the municipal building is simply that, a designation. It still has to go through all of the processes, through the planning board. It has to go through the various adoption of the necessary plans. And as you saw from the review that the planning board conducted of the skate park, it was a thorough review. And that is the same kind of thorough review that this proposal would have in the future. So there will be, assuming you designate this building, assuming the court has a hearing on February the 14th to approve this, that is a public hearing. And then there is a whole series of other public hearings that are necessary in order to obtain an approval. It is a process similar to the process that Dixie-Dale, Dixie-Dale followed the process, but also the skate park followed that same process.
Yeah, I'm going to make a general comment here. So this affordable housing issue, none of us are against affordable housing. This is a moral issue, but this is not we shouldn't be struggling with this. And a lot of the New Jersey towns, 400 plus towns, 500 plus towns, are struggling with this. And this should have been resolved in Trenton. So this is the problem of the legislators. But Trenton politicians they don't want to touch this. They don't want to touch this because this is a sensitive issue. So that's why every town with limited resources and knowledge, that we are paying for the knowledge, and this is costing us an entire New Jersey, a lot of towns, a lot of money. And I think, and I wish that Trenton politicians step up to the plate and resolve this and solve it in Trenton. So I hope this happens in the future, and these towns, small towns, including our beautiful town, doesn't have to deal with this in the future.
Well, and this is being laid at the doorstep of Chatham Township. This is being called upon us to give up our municipal building, warts and all. This is calling upon us to give up this resource and hand it over to a developer for virtually nothing. Actually, we'll be paying them, according to calculations, we will be paying them for the purpose of coming in here, planning, designing, and building. We will be forced to move our limited resources that do get housed here to a different place where we're going to rent space, presumably. We'll be moving our seniors out to another place. We'll lose the use of the gym. We're losing acres of land here in our town. This is our resource. These acres of land we will never get back. And then we're just going to sacrifice all of this, and it's all being laid at the doorstep of our taxpayer with the additional costs of going over, perhaps building a new municipal complex somewhere. Obviously, if we're leaving, we've got to go somewhere. So in an idea that this is not supposed to be really costing the township because the builders are going to pay for it. Well, if you look at skate park, sure, and once again, Dixie-Dale, what a home run, because we've built our Dixie-Dale, or we are going to allow Dixie-Dale to be built. We're going to allow that developer to move the inclusionary zone to a different spot, and now we're still left holding the bag. And we're going to be left giving up our one resource, our land, for the purpose of a builder to come in here and do that, as opposed to putting their own capital on the line. So I have a problem with
So
that.
now,
Just as a
Please,
point of order, if I may.
Sure.
What Committeewoman Schwartz said is accurate, but I want to make the point that as part of this, this parcel of land will be subdivided so that we make sure that we are able to maintain the ball field, one of the parking lots, the playground, but we are going to have to give up the footprint for this building. So what Committeewoman Schwartz says is accurate, but we're taking the steps we can to mitigate as much as possible the amount of land that we're giving up so that we have resources, recreation resources and other resources in the future that we can use, because that was part of the evaluation process. But yes, we are going to be giving up part of our land.
okay, Tracy?
I think as Albert pointed out, it's important to know that we're in the implementation phase now. So as much as we may not like what various administrations in Trenton has done since the 1990s, we're past that. The agreement was made in 2018. Negotiations started in 2015. The township decided not to go the developer's route and expose us to 500 plus units of development, which I believe was the right direction. The cost of that is the 100% affordable housing option, which is to be municipally supported. And the knowledge was there that that was going to cost us money. So as that process moved forward to the final agreement in 2018, that's what we agreed to. We agreed to 100% municipal affordable housing that was going to be municipally supported. We agreed to a developer's fee ordinance and a bonding ordinance and a subsequent spending plan to tell the court how we were going to get there. So that's done. We're left in 2019 to implement it. So I think the decision in 2015 was right. I think after 3 years of negotiations, what we ended up with 74 units, with 24 units, from the Dixie-Dale development, and 74 units that we're going to build. And we had a bit of a perfect storm that happened, because you may have noticed there was a lot of meetings around the July timeframe, and some changes happened at the skate park, in that we did an assessment, and we knew what the problems were with this building. I mean, there's literally sheets of plastic in rooms trying to stop the water from coming down, and you can see water spots all over the ceiling. This building has been leaking for years. Bob keeps threatening to show me the condition of the men's room, and I have declined to go into the men's room. But and then we found out that the police department was going to have to be compliant by October of 2020, which came as a surprise to some of us. And that made the affordable housing at the skate park have to be completely reconfigured, because the lot line was now too close to potentially either substantially redo the police department, or potentially put a combined unit there. So we had a bit of a perfect storm, and I want to commend both the committee members for walking through this for the past 11 months, because we did have to give direction to move forward on this. And Bob and our finance committee and our building department for doing pages and pages of analysis on what the costs were going to be, how it was going to meet out over a 30-year period, were we going to throw good money after bad to spend potentially more than $5 million just to fix this building. That's not make it pretty and do all these wonderful things or make great space in the back so it could be rented or anything like that, just to fix it. So I think that with the ability and the negotiation and the discussions that we were going to retain the senior center, we'll actually have a brand new renovated senior center, retain the gym space, retain the ball fields, and get our 74 units that really substantially, with the exception of 8 additional units, completes our obligation through 2025, gets us out of this building into something that's right-sized, I think makes good financial sense, and with Bob's calculation, it actually, over a 30-year bonding period, saves us money. So if we need a voice vote, I'm ready to vote.
All right, so we're not voting yet. So we're going to vote a little later. And any other comments from the committee? So I'm going to move on to the resolution.
I think you asked for a...
Yeah,
Don't we vote later?
If I may,
Can I just ask one question? When we talk about 74 units, that's what we still have hanging in the balance, but now I'm hearing numbers only in the 60s for this building. Am I correct?
65.
65 here in the building, which still leaves us,
9 more.
thank you.
Mr. Mayor, however you'd like to proceed, I just want to make sure we come back to this and have clarity for myself that I can explain to the court. You've designated a site in compliance with the settlement agreement, and notify the planning board that that designation has occurred.
So it's not on here. What he's asking us to do is, based on our discussion right now, indicate whether we're moving forward with...
Is there consensus? Is
Yes.
that what you're looking for?
Correct.
Well, at a minimum, a consensus and probably a voice vote to make sure that I understand your direction.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, I mean, again, we said this is the best of the worst case scenario. There's no good answers or solutions to what we're facing.
All right, Karen.
Mayor?
Well,
Mayor,
clerk...
Sorry,
No,
can I-
one second.
The clerk is making a point that you should have a formal oral motion followed by...
All right, before we do that, Deputy Mayor would like to say something.
Mayor, we have members in the audience who, under the present agenda, would have to wait till the end for the next public comment period. But suspecting that they're here on this topic, can I request that before we take that kind of a step at our side, that we open it up for some public comment on this subject, and hear what has to be said.
I'm for it, so we're gonna have to do it again though, in the end. So because there are ordinances, I mean, not
Well, maybe we just-
introductions, not really.
Well, each of those ordinance will have their own separate public hearing, but.
Not the introductions.
Okay, introduction,
the
excuse me.
introductions.
Not on the introductions.
I guess I'm moving, can we move the public hearing up to, as the next order of business before we take action?
I'm fine with that, if everyone is fine with that.
Is it gonna change the way we think?
If you have a hearing of citizens at this point, I would suggest that you limit it to just this topic.
Second.
I would suggest that you limit it to just this topic for now, and you can have another
Okay.
hearing of citizens
Okay,
for anything else later.
That's a great idea. So, great suggestion, Deputy Mayor Kelly. Okay, so let's open the floor for public discussion, hearing of citizens, but only for this subject, because for everything else, there's going to be another opportunity a little later.
So the subject to me is just for clarification, just.
If you're going to speak, please come to the microphone, give your name and your full address.
Nancy Stiple, 97 Ormont Road, and when you say just for this topic, you mean the site, right, just the site?
The discussion that we just had.
Yeah, okay, thanks. So, it's very emotional and it's very disturbing, but I think if I approach this, I try to look at it from a business perspective. You laid out several criteria that would be used for picking a site. And when I see the analysis and then the choice that was made for this site to take the majority of the housing units, the only criteria that I saw applied was cost. For sure, there's a cost to repairing this building, but for sure there would be a cost to moving, renting, purchasing new land, whatever you're going to do to move it. But the biggest and most egregious piece to me is that we would lose our open space. I saw nothing, I heard nothing about the value, the beauty. We hear about the beauty of Chatham Township. If we make every square inch without a tree and put a house on it, and every single plot, it seems like, is being built on, this open area, which is to me now the crown jewel of Chatham Township, is gone, and you will never reclaim it. And so I would like you really, I ask all of you to think about what criteria you have used to select here. Because what I heard Councilwoman Schwartz say, or I'm sorry, Mr. Hoffman, was that other areas were rejected because they cost money to put in, not piping, but sewers, whatever it was. I don't know all the details. This is the first I ever saw it. So to me, I haven't heard, I'm not convinced that the other areas are not developable, and I just don't think the criteria used to pick here is the criteria that I would apply. Thank you.
Albert, at any point, would we be able to disclose the other locations that were considered?
It really is, I guess, my own feeling would be is that the selection process, it did involve a lot more than just costs. What is being proposed is to utilize the existing footprint.
Yeah.
The existing footprint. Within that footprint, the senior center would remain, the gym would remain. Obviously, they would be refurbished, remodeled. The ball fields would remain. The parking on the other side of the gym would remain. The parking out here may be reconfigured. The parking in front of the building may be reconfigured. So in terms of this complex, yes, there will be a change, as Mr. Hoffman said. The consideration is a 3-story building, but you're utilizing the same footprint as currently exists. And that was part of the evaluation process, is where the least disruption occurs, not only to the neighborhood, but to the land. So those ball fields would continue. The parking lot would in front of the building would probably be reconfigured. The parking lot on the side would remain, and all the other green space would continue forward.
So to my original question, could we disclose either the number or locations of the other sites that were considered? Because my point being is, folks might not like this situation or this location, but they sure as heck may not have liked the other ones either.
Well, again, as Mr. Hoffman said, we looked at it, the key criteria for a municipally sponsored development is the municipality must own the land, control the land. So every piece of municipally owned property was looked at, and in fact, the municipality was completing certain tax foreclosure actions, and those properties were also looked at. So the township not only looked at those properties that it owned, but it also looked at properties that it had not yet owned and were in the process of being foreclosed. So I guess the short answer to your question is we can provide a list of all the municipally owned properties that were looked at.
It's not happening tonight, right now.
Well, it could. I mean, we tell everyone right now what we looked at.
We don't have a lot of municipal properties.
Right, that's my point.
I think one of the important things, Nancy, to your question that we considered was not only the costs, but also the lack of disturbance that potentially some of these other sites would have brought. So this is replacing this building in kind with a 3-story affordable housing unit. We get to keep the senior center, keep the gym, we get to keep the fields, we get to keep the front parking lot. So there's minimal disturbance to the rest of the environment as compared to some of the other sites that we looked at, which would have had a whole lot of disturbance.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
I'll just, thank you, I'll just, sorry, I know I'm supposed to talk. Thank you. I'll just say, I cannot believe, and I do not believe that it's all going to look exactly the same. It will stay open, and we're just going to take the building and put a new one in, and all the green pay stays. I don't believe it, because builders have said it. My husband was on the zoning board, and builders say they're going to do one thing, and they do another, and then it's too late.
Well, at the end of the day, there's going to be 65 families living here, so.
Yeah, and all the traffic, I don't believe that it's just
well,
magically going to.
this is in our control, though. That's
Yeah.
the difference.
All I'm saying is that I don't believe that there's very little disturbance to the area, and that it's just simply replacing the building. I just can't believe it. Thank you.
Yes, please introduce yourself first, which we know you, but.
Okay, Dan Miller, Green Village. Couple questions. I do believe that the other areas you looked at should be disclosed. I mean, this is a committee that continually runs and tells the public, transparency, transparency, transparency. How transparent is that? We looked at stuff, we're not going to tell you what we looked at, but we did determine that it's no damn good, and that's wrong. You know, let the public decide that. Let the public do some of their investigation.
All right.
I'm not
Go ahead,
finished.
go ahead.
Okay, excuse me, but Mr. Miller,
Yeah.
as I said before, we looked at every municipally owned parcel. We looked at parcels that were on tax foreclosure, and we looked at every municipal easement that we had. So to say that we haven't done our due diligence is not correct.
I'm not saying you didn't do your due diligence. I'm saying that there's not any level of transparency for the public who employs you, Bob, who votes for these people to look out for our best interests, to allow us to make that decision as well, so that we can decide that, yeah, you know what, these guys are right. To tell us that we looked at stuff and we did it, but we're not going to tell you where we looked at is not transparent. That's all. I'm not saying that you didn't do a good job.
We just said that we looked at every municipally owned property, and we looked at every easement, so. and we
Okay.
looked at-
Can we,
so-
okay.
Yeah, what was choice number 2? What was choice number 3? What was choice number 4?
Can we put up some kind of list of municipal owned properties and put it on the website?
There were certain constraints, but
Sure.
the township attorney and I will
Yeah.
confer, and we will put up the list.
Sure, yeah, let's do
You
it.
know, let us know what you looked at and why they were determined not feasible. I don't think that's a lot to ask, and It sounds to me that other people think the same way, okay? Number two, the senior center and the gym and so on and so forth, who's gonna eat the cost for refurbishing those, especially after, hunks of this is gonna be gone, and this is gonna be gone, that's gonna be gone? Who's eating that cost? Is it the builder of the affordable housing? Is it the municipality, meaning the taxpayer? What's the answer to that?
I don't think we know. I mean, we haven't even gotten that far. This is talking about the site that we've identified, but there hasn't been any development plans yet. I don't think we've had that discussion yet.
Well, so
I
how
mean,
can...
hopefully, we're going to try and get as much as we possibly can. But we haven't gotten there yet.
Okay, because basically the presentation was telling us that it's going to be a plus for us, cost-wise, to move the municipal building to another site, okay? And, we're going to retain this, and we're going to retain that, we're going to retain the other thing. Well, those numbers aren't necessarily true if we have to take care of everything with the senior center, refurbishing parking lots, who's going to refurbish parking lots after the builder comes in here and does X, Y, and Z, all these additional costs. I think before a decision's made on some of these things, that the cost should be static, and we should know, if we haven't gotten to that stage, before something's voted on and before a public hearing comes, we certainly should be at that stage, so that people can, hear, it's gonna cost this, okay? And I think that should be considered prior to saying that, well, we have all these improvements we have to do on the municipal building, so therefore it's going to be feasible for us to move it, and we're going to save all those costs. Well, but then we don't know what it's going to cost to keep the senior center, and we don't know what it's going to cost. If those are all ideas on the table, we certainly should know what that's going to cost.
I think those are all very good questions, Dan, and I guess those negotiations will be determined by the next committee.
Right, but we should know before it's certainly voted on. I don't disagree with you, and I think it will. This is a long-term issue.
And they are pledging that the seniors are allowed to return, then it would stand to reason, aside from the fact that the township taxpayer is going to be on the hook for however much the builder cannot raise, that as part of the cost of the project, the senior center and the senior center will be rebuilt, and the Mountain View Gym will be retained. So they will be restored or rebuilt, because the whole building is going to be pulled down to the...
Right, and by whom? Who's paying for it? And those we need to know those costs, and you need to know those costs before you say, hey, yeah, we're going to do that.
Discussions that the builder the developer is cobbling together an assortment of grants and other financing programs. And yet, to Mr. Miller's point, we are still unsure of the amount of skin in the game the Chatham Township taxpayer is going to have to come up with.
Yes, that's true. The township would be responsible for the shortfall or the difference between the amount of grant funding that the developer is able to obtain and whatever the cost is going to be for the construction of the 74 units. So that's something that's being worked out now, but at the end of the day, the township has always been responsible for whatever that shortfall is going to be based on the agreement.
So at one point, we heard a figure somewhere around $2 million of a shortfall between what the developer was able to cobble together and what Chatham Township taxpayers were going to be on the hook for. And then a couple of meetings ago, or perhaps the last meeting, my colleague to the left here suggested that it was perhaps $4 million that the township
suggested it would be $4 million.
was going to be on the hook for perhaps $4 million.
Is that me?
So,
I'm on the left too.
right, everybody's on my left, I'm afraid. But when it comes to how much the township taxpayers are going to be left footing the bill for, I think, to Mr. Miller's question, he at least deserves something of a response.
Well, Karen, you're free to answer the question.
If I may, the whole township committee, as well as our residents, are entitled to that. The, there's going to be, meetings between myself and some of the grant funding folks at the state to determine what is the maximum amount that each grant pot of money will be able to contribute to the township. And then we will be able to have a better, a better answer for all of our residents. But the state, there are 5 grant funding sources for affordable housing, and we need to talk with each of the directors of those funding agencies to make sure that we know, based on their formulas and the projected changes that are coming down from the state, what will be the amount of funds that the developer can expect, so that we can make an informed estimate of what our costs are going to be.
Bob, given the fact that this place is huge and the municipal personnel has shrunken over the years, is there any consideration to determine how much space we actually need as a municipality? In other words, is it even feasible to consider portioning off a portion of the re-envisioned complex here for municipal purposes through, some things are virtual versus being in person? I mean, have we really thought about different ways of utilizing this space for the future in terms of the municipal itself?
This particular space?
This complex. They're going up 3 floors, or going up 3 floors total. I mean, again, we've got, at the end of the day, I don't know how many square feet that is, but even the square footage we have there is probably a lot more than we need. All the papers and boxes, that's all digitized. My point is, before we jump to saying we've got to build a $3 million new municipal building complex somewhere, maybe we just need 20,000 square feet here. I mean, does the senior center utilize all 40,000 square feet right now?
The senior center doesn't have 40,000. They have about 8,600 square feet downstairs on that half level.
No, I thought your slideshow said 40.
No, but when you combine this floor with theirs, that's how we come to the 40. So we're at about 32,000 square feet on this floor.
Okay, but my point, you get my point.
I understand your point. We were looking at what to do, how to use the vacant space here for revenues in the future after the Board of Ed moved out. We were projecting ahead, what should our municipal complex look like 5 years from now, 10 years from now? How can we use technology to work smarter? We have not taken a look at can we incorporate affordable housing here with a municipal complex. We took a brief look at it, but it did not make sense from the developer's point of view, because they felt it would hamper their ability to obtain funds and to build and then manage the complex after people move into it.
But
they think it might hamper. They don't know it won't hamper. Well, I mean, again, this is probably the largest room that we utilize in this building, right? I mean, Board of Ed used to do their meetings here, now they do it at the high school. I mean, we want to be smart about and saving taxpayers' dollars. Hell, we could have our meetings at the high school, I'm sure. Right? I mean, there's things we can be creative about trying to find solutions to, rather than just saying, we're going to go build this multi-million-dollar complex for a municipality that, quite frankly, 5, 10, 20 years from now might be merging with Harding, Chatham Borough, Long Hill. I mean, who knows what's going to happen? So if we're trying to be smart today, let's try to think about being smart tomorrow, is my point.
And you're right, but we are being smart, because just because this is designated today we're not moving out tomorrow. There's a long lead time, so we're here for a minimum of 24 to 28 more months before we have to move out. So that gives us time to work with others, so that we can figure out what's right and where is it right to be at.
No, I get this doesn't happen tomorrow, but my point is, I'd like to see that those conversations with the builder take place to see if, in fact, we might find the solution right here for what our current needs are.
Now, one point that when the engineer or planner looked at this building and came up with 64 units, it can only accommodate 64 units. It couldn't even accommodate 74 that we needed. So that, that's really one of the points that we should, think of, that it's just not enough to put 74 in here, and we can't, how could we put us and 64? So that's,
Yeah, part of the discussion and part of the constraints was that the goal was to have a maximum of three stories here. So that's, that was part of the evaluation process, what made the most sense, and it was the consensus of the township committee that four would not work, three was the best option based on all of the evaluations. So that's something that's going to have to be a work in progress going ahead.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah.
Current footprint doesn't mean you can't bump out somewhere, take over some of the parking lot, take out some of,
It's going to change. It will not maintain. Sorry. You're right, sorry.
Part of the reason we want to stay in the footprint is so that we maintain the respect for the Great Swamp and the wetlands that are here. There are wetlands constraints if we decided to go outside of the footprint. If we wanted to build something in the parking lot, we would have to do calculations, and we would have a problem putting some additional space on this building.
One could argue you'd bump out to where the 9/11 memorial is and move the 9/11 memorial to somewhere it's more visibly accessible to folks.
okay, go ahead.
Kurt, we're kind of in the middle of a public comment session, so if we could get
Would
back
you
to that.
please go, yeah, please,
Okay, none of that can count on my 5 minutes, right? Okay. You guys are having great discussions, and I hope you continue to have them before you make any major decisions, because I think could also be the possibility of not having the senior center here, but having it somewhere else, so on and so forth. We won't go there. I had one other question that had to do with the presentation on the pilot program. And you mentioned that fees collected would help to offset police, fire, and sewer. Okay? Is the sewer costs for the affordable housing going to be spread out amongst the sewer district? And I've brought up issues similar to this before, and I haven't gotten any issues, and I know you've been busy. So I'm not going to press that, but I think it would be offensive to spread sewer costs from affordable housing or anywhere else amongst those of us who are not in the sewer district, who in reality 25 years ago had our sewer capacity stolen from us and told, too bad, now it's coming back to bite you, because you would have had some of those properties out in Green Village where you could have put your affordable housing if you had the sewer capacity. Okay, so is there an answer to that, Bob?
I don't remember, so I will send you an email and a copy of the township committee.
Right, and I hope that the township committee will consider to amend anything that does spread those sewer costs amongst anybody, whether it's Green Village, whether it's over on River Road, who is not in the sewer district. Those costs should be spread amongst the sewer district, folks.
thank you, Dan,
Thank you.
appreciate it. Next person, please.
Jane Devlin. I feel every time you take some steps forward with affordable housing decisions, then you take more steps back. I know there's a lot of complexity, but I also feel sometimes in the back of people's heads, they're kind of just afraid to have affordable housing come. And I think every effort should be made to be in compliance and move forward. It's not such a bad thing. I don't want to weigh in on the pros and cons of using this building, although the little bit I heard tonight, it does seem like the best possible choice, but I'm not firm on that. But it certainly seems like it could be workable and doable. What I'm up now to inquire was a comment Mr. Ritter said. Even though it was indicated that a list of the other sites would be posted, I'm going to plead ignorance. I don't know all the municipal-owned sites in this town. yes, you're going to post them, but Mr. Ritter said a little earlier this evening, how come we just can't disclose it right now? If it's not so difficult, I would support what he brought forward and just ask, why can't you tell the people that are tuned in tonight on the television stations and that are tuned in the audience here, what other sites you asked for? Why do you need to spend more time just posting a list, et cetera? So could we maybe take Mr. Ritter's suggestion? I would support that. Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, if I may, the list was just extensive, so it's, you know, if we say a few and we forget some, then we're going to be accused of not providing full disclosure. So we need to provide a list of all of the properties as well as all of the easements. And you know, my question for that we will have to discuss with the township attorney is, can we disclose properties that were in foreclosure? I'm not sure that we can.
Okay. We will look into it, yes. It will be property list.
Okay, so Mr. Ritter spoke out of turn. Is that what the rest of the committee members are saying?
Jane, can I, Mayor, just for my own?
Sure.
I mean, just speaking for myself, if our attorney tells us that there might be some legal questions that he wants to look at in terms of disclosing specific pieces of property, we are obligated, I feel obligated to get his legal advice on that, and we can't do that tonight in a public session. But we can assure you that as soon as we get those answers, we are going to put the list of them up there, and I would recommend that we put it in order of second and third priority and allow you to make your own judgment on which would be best for the township.
Well, okay, thank you for expounding and explaining that, because certainly you do need to be under the advisement of your attorney, and maybe that presents a little bit more logical way why there was some reticency tonight, and then it really wasn't a lack of transparency in this instance. It was more than just you need to do your due diligence. So that's good. That's okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Next person, please.
Hi, Stacy Ewald. I just wanted to understand, I know we're kind of in a bit of a catch-up phase because this information was due to the courts back in July. So my question is, if you go ahead, and I don't mean in a misleading way, but if you say that this is the location that you're looking at, how locked in are we? So if other opportunities present themselves next year, let's say Noe decides to donate his property to the land, I don't know, but if there's other developable locations, or when you're pursuing the 9 units, where the 9 units are going to go, and discover that maybe you can move 25 units there, so you alleviate some pressure here. How flexible, once you declare to the courts that you're pursuing 65 units at this location?
One of the things that I always ask the Township Committee is to give me clear direction. Because I'm making a representation to the court on behalf of the Township Committee. And the court would expect that I and the Township Committee meet that representation. So I would have to have very good reasons why we're changing sites. I certainly do not want to make a representation to the court that the Township Committee is not willing to abide by. So I think that it's always possible to amend a plan, but it can't just be a series of continuous amendments or changes without affordable housing ever being built. So there has to be good faith, there has to be a valuable site, and it has to be a site that is municipally owned and controlled. So I don't want to foreclose the possibility of changing a site, but it is a fairly definitive decision that is being made. I can't go back to the court and say, we thought about it a second time, and it doesn't really, it's not really what we want to do.
Yeah, but just, once the developer comes in and starts looking, it's quite possible that they say they can't do the 65 units after all, they can only do, whatever, and that you have to look for alternatives. So it is
Correct. It's,
Okay.
again, the same process as was alluded to before. During the Dixie-Dale process, I'm sorry, the skate park process, that started with one design before the planning board. And the issue of the police department and how that would be able to be reconfigured in the future arose. And so that had to be dealt with, and the developer for the skate park should be commended for working with the township and working toward a reasonable resolution of that issue to allow the township to have the flexibility in the future to pursue a combined municipal building police department on the adjoining lot. So yes, if you're saying to me, can circumstances change, and will a court consider those changed circumstances? Yes, that can occur, but this is very clear direction that this is going to be the designated site.
Okay, and then, sorry, quick second question. Is the developer selection a bid process, or is that just?
In this particular case, there have been discussions with the developer. There have been discussions with many developers, but one of the things that was a goal is to keep the senior center and to keep the gym where they are, to provide that valuable service to the public. And that is not something that is attractive to a developer. A developer wants to have a piece of property that they will use for their purpose. Retaining the gym, retaining the senior center is a fairly creative way of addressing this, because you're in place, keeping a portion of what you have, replacing the other portion with the affordable housing. So this is already a creative way, and immediately that limits the universe of potential developers.
Okay, thank you.
Albert, to what extent does the fact that you've got 2 new committee members coming in on January affect your conversations with the court? Are they even aware of the fact that there's a turnover, so to speak, in this, and that, to Stacy's point, maybe they come to the committee and they have a new perspective and such? In other words,
Mr. Ritter, if I may allow me to cut you off. There are elections every year, and either 1 or 2 committee members are elected in every municipality. If that were a concern of the court, then nothing would ever get done, because you're always in the middle of some election cycle. So remember, and what we're talking about and has been emphasized numerous times tonight, this outline is nothing new. This was decided on December 13, 2018. That is the slide that Mr. Hoffman put on the board.
we're talking about the location. My point is, maybe Stacy and Celeste will come on the committee and say, you know what, we got this idea.
And if that occurs, I will be happy to return to the court, return to Fair Share Housing and say, we have a better site, and renegotiate it. But again, that is speculative, and you can't count on that, and I'm not counting on that. I am counting on being able to tell the court what is in fact going to occur.
Which would happen in December.
It probably will happen in December.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, next person, please.
Hi, my name is Ruth Ann Connors. I live at 48 Myersville Road. I have to say I'm coming to this party late because I really haven't followed this up until 2 days ago, when I found out that this was under consideration. So really what I'd like to just say is there's a couple of remarks that were made tonight that I think need to be maybe addressed. Tracy was talking about disruptiveness, that putting these 64 units here would be the least disruptive than anywhere else in the township. There's nowhere in the township where you could plunk down 64 units. Let's see how many. If there's 4 people in each unit, that's 256 people that could be running around here.
Let me just, under the affordable housing regulations, there has to be a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units.
So it could be more.
So but it could be less.
It could be much more.
No.
And each person
But
each family will
you're-
have a car.
You're making an assumption without any data to support it.
I'm making a logical assumption that most people don't expect. As we know in Chatham Township, I think most people would agree, affordable housing tends to be divorced mothers with children that are looking to stay in Chatham with our schools, have a reasonable place to live. So this other thing that I object to is that 16 students will be added to the school system. I find that very unrealistic. And even at 16 school students at whatever we pay, $19,000 or $15,000 a student, it's still a lot of money. But getting back to the disruptiveness, I just think that it would be disruptive anywhere, and that maybe this is kind of out in the sticks and less mainstream other parts of town, but this really is the only open space area that we have here. We don't have Cougar Field or Castle Park or any of that. This is really our only area. And it's going to be expensive to the taxpayer regardless of what the fair housing or however you fund it. And I'm not sure that the renovations for the police station really would have anything to do with how much money this is going to be costing to do this project. And a 3-story building, is that 3 stories where the senior center being the first floor, this being the second floor and a 3rd floor? Or is it 3 stories, this being the first, the senior center in the basement, and 2 more stories high? How high will this building be? And it's going to certainly...
It would be 3 stories. This would be the first level,
All
and
right.
then two levels above.
So actually, it's more like 4 if you're on
No.
the other side of the building,
No,
looking from the back.
It's 3 stories because the senior center's in the basement. It's built into the side of the hill.
Okay, so depends on what side of the building and how you count, whether it's 3 or 4. But to my point is that I don't understand why you have to have 64 units all in one place. Is there a possibility that you could have 35 somewhere and the remainder somewhere else? Then you wouldn't be plunking down all of these people and all of this congestion in one neighborhood. You could kind of maybe distribute it throughout the town. So I was just trying to find, I guess, some questions that I have, and I'll look into this more and come back when I'm better prepared. But there's a number of things that I find somewhat, I have skepticism about. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, just as a point of information, we projected that there would be a total of 50 students that would be entering the school system. The 16 number was for the 24 units at Skateboard Park, and then also the Dixie-Dale project. But when the 74 units are included, the projection was 50 students total.
Okay, next person, please.
Hi, my name is Christina Mott. I'm in Nicholson Drive in the township. And I had 2 questions. The first, I guess maybe you won't answer, but I was curious about, since both the municipal site, building site here, and the police station need extensive work and renovations, what were the criteria in choosing this site over the police and DPW site that's owned by the municipality?
What, to move those 2 sites someplace else and build
Well,
affordable housing there?
to move
or-
them here and then have the affordable housing off of Southern Boulevard?
Well, sure, the first part, may I answer?
Sure, please.
The first question is valid. Just looking to see about moving the police department over here, we thought about that. The problem is that moving the police department here, we're on the edge of town, so it would increase the response time to approximately 85% of the municipality.
Okay.
From being located here. We also did think about relocating the Department of Public Works, but to relocate the Department of Public Works here, we run into issues with wetlands buffering, and we have the Great Swamp that's basically 45 feet off the corner of the building. So you could relocate the administrative offices for the DPW, but you could not move the equipment, the salt shed, all of those things over here. That would just be, it wouldn't be feasible.
Okay, I appreciate that, thank you. The second question I have is, who will be writing the grants to fund the affordable housing here? Since the developer doesn't really have the incentive to obtain the funding if we make up the difference, will we be writing those grants?
Well, the developer's going to have to be applying for the grants. There's a procedure for that, but we're going to be doing our due diligence. We are going to be meeting with those funding agencies ourselves. I mean, I'm planning on doing that so that I can understand what's the criteria and make sure that the township is getting the maximum amount of grant funding that's going to be available. After that, we'll have to make an evaluation whether there's other areas where we can be creative and apply for grant fundings. But initially, there's 5 funding sources. The developer is required. We can't apply for those grants. The developer has to apply for those grants. But we can, we could talk to the state agencies, and we can make sure that that we understand the criteria, and we can go to bat to make sure that we get the maximum dollars we're entitled to.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, Mayor. Please introduce yourself.
Sue Hogue, 76 Canterbury Road. In reference to the other available properties in town, I will say I was on the Open Space Committee for almost 20 years. Many of the properties that you have in town are heavily constrained by open space. They're heavily constrained by steep slopes. If you look around this town, you're either down near the swamp or you're up on the top of the hill in steep slopes. They were also purchased with open space funds, which does also constrain the use of them. So that's just going after all that list, which many of us have looked at many times to see what can be preserved. When you talk about affordable housing, I'm down in Chatham Glen. We have Vernon Grove. It's lovely. The people are lovely. They're just like you and me. I walk by Vernon Grove all the time. There's hardly ever cars coming in and out, so traffic should really not be an issue. My unit, where I am, is 300 units. I'm never, ever, except maybe once in a month, behind a car to go back out onto River Road or Mount Vernon. So all I can say is we need to welcome them to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person, please.
Hi, Larry Nick, 19 Lisa Drive. So just a couple observations. First of all, it's kind of ironic that there's no municipal land, so we're giving up the municipal building. So somehow it just seems strange that that's going on. The other thing is, I understand, look, I've come to these meetings, I watch them on TV, and I've known about the Dixie Dale stuff and all the other discussions about affordable housing. But it seems like the whole municipal building just came out of nowhere in the last couple of weeks. So even like the lady over here who said, I didn't know about it, I don't think if you've been hanging around here, you wouldn't have known about it. It wasn't even a buzz during the elections. So that seems kind of strange to me. And now you're all sitting up here, and based on one presentation, you're going to be asked to make a major, major decision. So you're being asked to give up this building, not even knowing where the next building's going to be. You talked about having a plan for affordable housing. When you went there, you couldn't go there because it'd have to be so many stories and you'd have to put sewage in. Well, what happens when you decide, all right, you yourself said, we're going to decide tonight if we give up this building, we're going to tell the judge, and as far as you're concerned, you don't want to go back and reverse that. So let's say now we decide, oh, we're going to put this over by where the skate park is, the municipal building. Now you get there and you can't, right? Because maybe you need sewage or it's going to be too high. It seems like you're going to vote on something tonight that's going to pigeonhole you somewhere that you may not want to be. And I don't understand. I guess what I'm saying is, as much as we've talked about all these other issues with affordable housing, this one issue about the municipal building seems like it's only been around a short time, and you're going to make major, major decisions based on a PowerPoint presentation that's going to, pigeonhole you into a decision that maybe you can't get out. So that's just me sitting back here listening and, chiming in. So.
Next person, please.
Jane Devlin. I just wanted to support and echo what Susan had said about the neighbors and affordable housing. Because I think regardless where we put this affordable housing, where the affordable housing goes, we as a town shouldn't generalize who is going to be in that affordable housing. I do think most of the units will be one bedrooms. I think that just based on affordable housing in other towns. There's usually not a lot of 2 or 3 bedroom apartments, regrettably, because then some families that would benefit from affordable housing don't get to move in. But I don't think there's going to be a sudden influx of undesirable people coming in this affordable housing. I don't think we should assume it's divorced moms with kids, and even if it was, so what? I certainly don't think we should keep saying those people. I don't even know who those people are, but I think we should speak a little more enlightened. And finally, I think the township or the town is just charged with building the affordable housing and fulfilling the mandate. We're not going to be the ones that are renting it, from my understanding. There's a different and certain criteria for tenancy in affordable housing. So I would just kind of, I guess, request a little more of open-mindedness as we speak about this project at large, because I would like to Chatham Township to go on record as being a welcoming town and not the kind of community. Again, I know there's a lot of technicalities, that you're not just putting off things, but I would like to think it's a welcoming town and not the kind of town that after all these years couldn't at least have some affordable housing and couldn't open up all the riches and privileges we enjoy in this town for other folks that may also want to be equally as good neighbors in this town. Shame on us if we couldn't do that. As a matter of fact, I also am very comfortable going on record, although I probably would not be able to be a candidate for affordable housing in this community because it's not based on where you're living, and I wish it was, because in reality, my income and my status in terms of financial income makes me qualified for affordable housing, and I am on affordable housing list for other communities. The only reason I am not on an affordable housing list here in Chatham is affordable housing does not exist. I wish affordable housing was here, and I wish they would have given preference to township residents. Maybe I wouldn't have to leave the township that I like so much and have to move to someplace else because they have affordable housing. I'm somebody in this community that has contributed a lot. I've been active in the school systems. I've come to some township committee meetings. I've spoken and volunteered in civic instances. I'm active in faith-based things, and I'm active in other volunteerism in some of the other neighboring communities. So if you want to know who is going to be your renter or who is the face of affordable housing, you just have to look at me. You just have to look at Aunt Jane. I'm on the list for affordable housing in Mendham, and I'm going to have to move from Chatham because there isn't any affordable housing. This is not, though, why I'm supporting affordable housing in the town, so I could stay in the community, although that would be really great. I'm supporting affordable housing in the town because it is the ethically right thing to do. And I don't think I know there's the financial and the legal technicalities, but I still do all have to I still feel for a moment that people are just a little wary of it and a little scared of it. And it's not those people. I don't even know who those people are when it's sometimes referenced that way. Or when, again, we talk about this influx of students. I don't understand that. There's a certain number of students that are going to come to the town. The school district of the Chathams are preparing for that. It's a small percentage of some children that are going to benefit from the great education here in Chatham. And as Susan said, the neighbors that are going to come into the affordable housing are going to rise to the occasion of feeling very fortunate to be in this town. I don't think the majority of them are going to then do much negativity to jeopardize that. I just think they're going to be really happy they're here and want to be part of the community and want to be active in the community. At least I hope so. But I do, again, have to encourage a more open-minded and open-hearted and enlightened approach, and to maybe for all of us to pause a little bit and choose our words a little bit differently as we're talking about the folks that will be moving into our community. And again, we can't pick and choose anyway, because like I said, if you could pick them, please pick me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jane.
Next person, please.
Hi, Jennifer McNally, 19 Ferndale Road, here in the township. Just have a quick question for you, and I think maybe Bob from your slideshow, I'm not sure who would answer this, but thank you for the presentation. It was incredibly helpful. And going through those slides, you talk about a lot of the issues here at the municipal building, and you talk about a lot of the issues at the police station. Now, looking at the police station, I know that there are issues here at the municipal building just from coming to the meetings, but the police station seems like it has an excessive amount of things that are out of compliance. And all of a sudden now, it needs to be in compliance by June of 2020. Did we all of a sudden sort of find out about this? Has this been something that's been ongoing? I mean, how do we all of a sudden have $5 million in repairs to a police station all of a sudden come up in the slideshow tonight? I mean, is this a surprise?
With the police station was built in 1976. There are repairs that need to be made. The roof needs to be replaced, as I had stated. The Department of Corrections has reported, has inspected the facility. They do it every year.
Mm-hmm.
There are two issues. It's not out of compliance in June of next year. There's two compliance dates. There's October of 2020 and there's October of 2021. So we have to make improvements to the jail cells, the holding cells, and that's part of the issue. There has to be an expansion of the police department for the Sally Port as well as for the holding cells, because they have to be on different sides of the building, and that means the building has to be reconfigured. So the question about the $5 million that you raised, it's not just for the repairs, but it's for the addition and the reconfiguration of the building.
Right. So were we put on notice about this at any particular date, or this just sort of happened? Like, how does this get structured?
It came to the townships. It came to my attention in July of this year. So
But all of a sudden we're...
we've been in conversation with the Department of Corrections, and I expect that because the township is looking into this issue, that they will grant us an extension. They will grant us a waiver so that we can do the right thing.
Right. It was just surprising to see on that slide of all those numbers come up that this was this issue with this sort of $5 million nut, attached to it out of nowhere, having come to a lot of meetings before. Okay.
Okay. Well,
we've been on notice about the police department for 4 years.
Oh.
And Bob, in coming on board, was notified with this year's letter that the compliance period was ending in October of 2020, with the second part being October 2021. And that was the scramble in July to having to redo the development at the skate park. What happened in the past 4 years with that information, I have no idea.
Right. So it just seems like a big, huge project, be it the compliance and the renovations, all of a sudden to come up out of nowhere. To see it in a slideshow tonight was pretty surprising.
okay.
Just as a casual observer. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. And I see one person, one more, or two more.
Hi, Douglas Pitney, 54 Mountain View Road, which is on the other side of the swamp here. Just for record purposes, I won't see 3 stories. I'll see 4 stories. In the matter of being transparent, since I think that's part of an issue that we're talking about, I'd like to read a letter that I wrote to several of the members. Perhaps some of my opinions will change based upon what I heard this evening, because quite frankly, I knew that this was in the works, but I didn't know the details of what is being worked out, and quite frankly, that galls me to no end. That this township is already making decisions that are affecting potentially my property value and the residents around this area. So with that, I'm going to read this letter. Please take it in as it was originally intended, and perhaps I would make some revisions based upon some of the things I've heard tonight, but I think it's best that I make my opinions known as I originally heard them, as I'm finding out some of the details this evening. So, I've become aware that the Township Committee may be considering the use of the taxpayer-owned municipal building property for the purpose of affordable housing requirement settlement. As a resident of Chatham Township since 1984 and a resident of 54 Mountain View Road, the tract behind the municipal building for the past 15 years, I must make it clear that I object to any plan associated with the following with this proposal. My vote helped elect you for the position that you occupy as a Township Committee member, and I respectfully request that you take a similar position of opposition. That is opposition of mine. Understand that I believe that having to build a new municipal building in the township is a process that historically the township is ill-equipped to undertake. That seems obvious because you don't know where you're putting the next municipal building when you tell me that you have to unoccupy this one in 24 months. The municipal offices were in a single-family residence until the then vacant school building was modified. My recollection is that it took several years to commit to and carry that out. The township now has a viable building and also serves as a location for the senior center. Why not require the township administrator to actively solicit tenants for the space vacated by the school board? The building is a township asset and it should be maintained and used accordingly. Continuous and thoughtful maintenance of structural assets is always less expensive than building a new one. One of the things I'm finding appalling tonight is that the roof leaks at the police station. Maintaining municipal and public properties is not a once every 30 years, oh my God, we have to build a new one because this one's falling apart situation. You have to maintain them continuously. So all the boards that have been making these decisions in the past to the point where the roof is leaking, you've made a big mistake in my mind. As I see it, the Township Committee and the professionals fell on their swords to process the affordable housing project at the police station lot. By not standing up to the New Jersey DEP for grandfathering of wetland setbacks, the planning board was forced to approve a site plan that has multiple faults, including a parking lot that is within reach of the corner of the police building. This is deplorable planning and leads to engineering compromise. If there is any movement towards redeveloping the municipal building property, I will do everything in my power to make sure that the same 150-foot wetland setback applies. For the record, I walk my backyard every day and know that the wetland characteristics are there, including plant species and animals. Furthermore, if any application for residential development is considered at the municipal building, I will do my best to rally area residents to require a closure of the back entrance to the site of the cul-de-sac of Mountain View Road. Our neighborhood has a vibrant young family makeup and can ill afford any additional traffic avoiding Myersville Road, Fairmont Avenue intersection by going up Mountain View Road instead. That is an issue that I've already considered coming to the board here, because not only is there a number of people that try to avoid that stop sign at Myersville Road and Fairmont, there is a constant roll-through of municipal trucks that come here multiple times every hour. I don't understand, quite frankly, why the township has to have people going back and forth to the municipal building every hour. That's a waste of money. But the fact that these people are going through a small, private, almost private Mountain View Road compared to Myersville Road, not that I want to put more traffic on Myersville Road, but the bottom line is that's not the intent of the neighborhood. So, sir, you have a hornet's nest right over there.
Thank you. Okay, one more person? Yes, please.
I'll be quick.
Sure.
I listened to a lot of good arguments here tonight, and I just want to encourage.
Can you please?
Oh, Chris Jago spoke earlier. I want to ask the Township Committee to ask the attorney to ask the judge for an extension, to not approve this site tonight, and have more public vetting. And again, the Township Committee, please vote no tonight. Ask the attorney to ask the judge for an extension. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I see no one else, and I'm closing the floor for public comments. And now, Albert, you were looking for consensus? Speak with
The answer is yes.
We have a consensus.
I have a question.
Sure.
So hearing from the residents tonight, obviously, some favor, some against. Point of clarification, one, could you ask for that extension?
I can always ask. The question is whether or not the judge will grant it. You have to understand that I have already asked for extensions. The settlement agreement required that this process be completed by July. It hasn't been. So a viable site has been presented to the Township Committee, a site that is owned by the Township, has sewer and water, and it is a viable site. Every potential affordable housing site will have benefits and detriments. There will have people that oppose it, people that in favor of it. What I don't think is a viable explanation to the judge is not in my backyard. So I think that is something that you have to consider. As I've listened to the public comment, I am mindful of the concerns that have been raised. If it's your determination to send me back and ask for an extension, I will do that. I don't know how the judge will receive that request, simply because we have asked for extensions. We've explained that other sites that we thought were viable are no longer viable, and we've needed to change direction.
Okay.
If
We might lose
Right, I mean, that's, we are on an extension on the builder's immunity, builder's remedy immunity.
We know of builders today knocking down the door looking to do things in the township?
I don't think that's the criteria. I think the criteria is that potential there. And obviously, this Township Committee meeting is on television. It will be reported in the newspapers. There are builders that scour the internet, scour newspaper articles to determine whether or not municipalities are compliant. So that you don't have anyone knocking on your door today doesn't mean you won't have someone tomorrow. While as I indicated before, I believe the next case management conference with the judge is December 17th. That would be the latest that I could report to the judge what the pleasure of the Township Committee is. My own recommendation would be is that you act on this tonight so that you can be in a position to comply with the judge's requirements, and be able to explain to the, comply with your settlement agreement. If it's the general consensus to defer it until December 12th, that's obviously your choice. But I think that really will cause further delay in this process, because the judge expects me to report favorably on what the Township Committee has done since October 31st.
And then the second point of clarification, with Celeste and Stacy coming on board next January. New ideas come to the committee, fresh ideas come to the committee, and they say, you know what, we found a different spot. You can still go back to the judge at that point and make amendments to it, or are we, to Stacy's point earlier, are we locked into this place?
I think you can consider that it is being locked in with this decision. What I said before, if I didn't say it clearly, is that obviously courts will respond to changed circumstances. The question is whether or not that alternate site is a changed circumstance and how viable it is. If it's a site that's been considered and rejected, it's not a viable site. The sites were not rejected in a willy-nilly fashion. The sites were considered thoroughly. So I think...
I want to interject here. I'd like to know why all of a sudden this has come to a head and they've got to make a decision over a holiday period that is like life or death for the situation that we're addressing, which is a combination of affordable housing, how it affects the schools, any number of issues. How come this hasn't been addressed by this committee with the professionals publicly, so we can actually maybe do some homework and think about some other sites and have some input?
Mr. Price, with all due respect, floor is close to the citizens now. It will be an opportunity, I promise you, but we have to...
But my point is, why didn't the committee have a discussion about this beforehand?
Mr. Price.
All right, Pitney, the name is Pitney.
I'm sorry. And...
So I would like to know why is it apparent that the township has been negotiating with developers when we don't even know that this is going on? Okay. Why is that happening? And why are you voting on something that could potentially lock us in when we have a professional who isn't willing to go out on a limb and actually represent us to a point where maybe we came up with a better decision?
Mr. Pitney,
Why not? Explain to me, Mayor.
Mr. Pitney, please let us continue. And
Explain.
It will be an opportunity.
Explain.
And right now, floor is close to the citizens, and we are going to proceed, and it will be an opportunity for you, I promise you. I will promise you.
But the opportunity is after you voted, so that's not an opportunity. That's not open. That is not open. That is closed. You are not allowing us to have an opinion. You're not allowing the other professionals to consider. There's a great suggestion. Maybe there are other locations. Why won't the professionals tell us what these other locations are? What are they holding from us? To a point.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Pitney, the way I imagine the process is going to go is that in a moment, we're going to be asked to express our opinions. I think we've all heard your concerns, and I think that the likelihood is that when we cast our votes, we're all going to say a few words on where we stand and why we're doing what we're doing. So I think that you will be getting, to that extent, an answer to your questions, because we certainly have heard what you said. But we've moved on to the point now where we're discussing the next step.
All behind closed doors.
That's my point, is why don't we know about this? Mr. Attorney, why don't we know about this? Why am I finding out tonight that you were negotiating with a developer for this property without me knowing? Explain that.
The this has been,
You need a yes vote tonight. There's something wrong here.
One at a time. This gentleman is speaking, the township
Sir,
attorney's gonna talk.
sir.
Answer something.
Just let the township attorney answer this gentleman's question.
Are you going to answer?
yes, this
Yes,
is a
go ahead.
matter of litigation, and it requires that the matter be resolved within the context of litigation.
I understand that, sir, but understand that I am a property owner, a taxpayer in this municipality, and I expect to have some income, is there some input on those decisions. And I don't expect the vote, the board, quite honestly, the way I see it, is the board doesn't have a choice the way you're presenting it. And the way I see it is you're not doing your job by representing the committee by thinking, well, maybe there will be an alternative. A good attorney goes back to the state and says, we found a better place. We need another 6 months. We don't need a situation where we're presenting on the 16th of November. We're going down on the 20th. We have one more meeting before then. It's Thanksgiving weekend. Our hands are tied. What the gentleman back there is saying, our hands are tied. I understand the whole process. I don't agree with it, but I understand that I have to accept that. I really have a problem with the fact that I don't think everybody here has been doing their homework to understand the whole package and certainly hasn't presented it to the municipality accordingly. So I don't know what else to say except I'm totally frustrated, and I don't think that this board is adequately prepared to make a decision this evening. That's what I'm saying. And I think that you ought to go back to the state, whatever the court is. Nobody says what the court is. They just say the court. Who is the court? I don't know. You don't make that clear. This township committee, there's others here that haven't been to these meetings before. They don't know who the court is. You're the professional that this board hired to represent me. You don't represent me right now because you don't represent the fact that I disagree with the premise.
Mr. Pitney, please. And now, we gave you an opportunity. Floor
Thank
is
you.
closed. Please.
I understand I understand that I've spoken out of turn, but
that's fine.
You understand that somebody's got to say something where maybe nobody else wants to say it. I don't come to these meetings often, but you just got an earful from where I stand.
We heard you loud and clear.
And just for the record, our attorney, at the request of the township committee, went to the judge, and the judge's name Gauss, and he asked for and received that extension. So I just don't want to hear that our professionals are not representing this board, this township well.
Sir, we cannot continue like this. Please.
I don't know that.
Please.
Can I just say something? I
Please, go ahead.
understand, Mr. Pitney, your concerns. And that's one of the things that we have all discussed in the many meetings that we have had is, at one point, are we going to be allowed out of this kind of litigation period to discuss the fact that we were going to move forward and had identified this as as Kurt said, kind of the best of the worst of the best, or the best of the worst, or whatever, however you put it. But this is not new to the township. We're giving direction to our professionals based on analysis, based on land analysis. I mean, we don't even have land to put a skate park on. Can you imagine where we could find land to put 35 units of housing or 70 units of housing?
Baseball field behind the municipal building that's not used anymore. That's a beautiful place for a skate park.
It is.
Why isn't it there? Nobody's played ball there in 4 years.
And there are certain wetlands issues, and we've also, there's a potential. But I mean, even think about that. Think about the 3 years that we've been talking about where to put a skate park, and we can't find land to put a skate park. So where are we going? If you think about it in those terms, if any of you have been following kind of the skate park development and all of this, that you'll understand the constraints that each one of us who have sat through hours of executive sessions in the process of this litigation period, and everyone had suggestions. Kurt had suggestions, Karen had suggestions, Typhoon had suggestions, Mike had suggestions, I had suggestions. We all sat there and tried to figure out how could we split it up? Could we put some here? Could we put some there? Could we move the DPW and then do some over here? I mean, there was 11 months worth of discussion under this litigation period in which we had to keep asking for extensions. Karen and I did a site visit to another facility as even a potential purchase. And you know, there was a lot of going on. People did other site visits. And all along the way, each one of us was asked to give the attorney and our administrator direction. At the end of each executive session, we were asked to give direction. And after exhausting a lot of these possibilities and rejecting some of the concepts that we got, which was a 5-story, giant building in kind of the not an optimal location, nobody wanted that. I think we were unanimous when we got presented that concept. And we don't have a concept yet drawn for here. I think that Albert and Bob went through, I don't know how many developers, to find a developer that would be willing to take this building down to its first floor, down to the basement area, let us keep the land, let us keep the senior center, let us keep the gym. It was kind of a needle in the haystack type of thing where somebody said, you know what, I'll do that. And that was advantageous because others were not going to do that. So we have to implement what was done in 2018, which again was a good settlement. It was 3 years worth of negotiations to get that settlement. Now in 2019, by December, we have to do this. And I understand your frustration. We knew that this was going to happen. And I can only say that you can trust each one of us on the committee for doing a great deal of due diligence because there was nothing left on the table. There were some pretty far out ideas about where stuff could be built that was mentioned. Even though it seemed kind of ridiculous at the time, it was looked into. And again, that's why we had to continue to ask for the exemptions, but now, or the extensions, and now we're out of extensions. So I can absolutely appreciate how people are feeling that, oh, how come you're just telling us now? It's frustrating. It is frustrating to keep going through this and not being able to talk about it.
Why couldn't you talk about it?
Because it's part of litigation. We're still in litigation. We haven't fulfilled the settlement order from 2018. So that's why.
Okay.
Did you ever advise the public that you were in litigation and couldn't advise us of what you were doing for the past 9 months? Or you just didn't say anything?
But the agenda's always posted on
Whenever we go,
everywhere, and
Doug,
on the agenda.
whenever we go into executive session, I read an annoyingly long resolution that explains why we're going into executive session and the reasons for it.
It wasn't hidden, it was there.
There's always a note on the front as we've been in executive session. I know this is not going to make you feel any better, but it says for the purposes of litigating affordable housing.
Okay, now, looking for consensus, and I'm going to go from this side. So what do you say?
I'm going to stick with the decision that we made a couple of months ago with giving Albert the direction, knowing the amount of work that was done, knowing that it's not going to satisfy everybody. But I think that this committee, each one of us, did a great deal of due diligence to arrive at this point. So I'm going to continue with the majority opinion.
Okay, Mike, do you mind?
Thanks. I compare it in a sense to what a homeowner faces when he or she wants to redesign and rebuild their home. They can take it to a certain point among themselves say, well, gee, I want a house that does X and Y and Z, but at some point, they have to commit and make a decision, and then get a professional architect to come in and tell them what can be done physically and what the costs are going to be, and get some real specifics that would let you move forward. I think that's the stage that we're at now. I mean, I think that we're not going to know, if we don't do anything tonight, we're not going to have any more information at our December meeting than we have right now. We'll be in exactly the same predicament of having to make a decision with, unfortunately, less than total information. I think that if we make the decision to move forward with this site, that will be the step that allows us to start getting the details about grants and what the funding side of it's going to be. That will allow us to get the details about the feasibility of the construction part of it, and start to be able to tell the public details about what it's going to look like and those kind of things. So, I mean, I think that we are obligated to take this step in order to get that kind of information to answer some of the questions that we've had here tonight. And so I wish there was a way that you could get all of your information first and then move forward. But I think if you were a homeowner, you'd be faced with the same predicament. So I would direct our attorney to that this is the best site as we know it.
Okay. Karen, what do you think?
First of all, I think the analogy of the homeowner is so egregiously incorrect, because we, as homeowners, are never asked to get thrown out of our house to satisfy some regulation coming at us from the courts or from Trenton. So here, we are actually deciding to walk away from an asset of the township, therefore by corollary, an asset of Chatham Township's taxpayers. So I am going to be sitting on this committee for the next 12 months watching while we slice away at the burden that we're placing on the taxpayer's doorstep. We don't know so many of these costs. We don't know what the developer is going to be able to cobble together. The township taxpayer will be on the hook for what the developer cannot cobble together. We don't know what it's going to cost to rent municipal space for us, for our senior center. We don't know whether the police department's going to have to leave while they do their reconstruction. There are all kinds of costs associated with relocating all of us. We don't know what they are. We are also talking about moving permanently. Whether we're going to rent or operate out of a trailer, we're going to need a new municipal building. Where is that coming from? That's coming from the pockets of the Chatham Township taxpayers. And I am not going to sit here for the next 12 months and happily go down the path of capitulating to sacrificing this building and to having an effect on all of the surrounding people who live here in this neighborhood, and all of a sudden opening up a whole,
blaspheming God.
opening up an entire neighborhood of brand new people because we didn't have anywhere else to put it. Well, if we didn't have anywhere else to put it, then what makes us think that a builder is going to come in here and cobble together property? We're so afraid of losing our builder's immunity from our builder's lawsuit. Well, you know what? Let them try. That's what I say. If a builder wants to come in here and try and cobble together a couple of parcels of property, let them try to do it. I say, let's not give up the only asset we have right here, and let's not put the balance sheet of every family who pays taxes in this town in jeopardy just to solve this problem. I say no.
Okay. Kurt, what do you think?
Well, I'm not going to repeat everything I said earlier for everyone in the room here, for Ed's benefit. But I did ask the question, obviously, of Albert, and I say it again. We make our decision tonight, it's not permanently binding. Elections have consequences. Stacy and Celeste will be on this committee next year. They will bring new perspective, new ideas. We will see if when they come on board, after this year follows through, what their proposals are in terms of identifying new locations, what the alternatives are. No one likes this decision. No one likes the idea of the Muni building being converted into affordable housing, the way it's been presented. Unfortunately, because of the litigation, things are done behind closed doors, and the transparency doesn't always seem to be there, and nobody likes that. It's now open in the public. I encourage people to talk to their neighbors, get your hornet's nest going, get people excited about this, come to these committee meetings. That's what it's all about. We act on behalf of the residents, and we act what we think is in the best interest of all residents. I'm not going to be here next January. Typhoon's not going to be here next January. You're going to have 2 new people on this committee. It's going to be led by a majority. Talk to them. See what they can do to find the solution that you're seeking. Right now, I think this is the best case what we have, but I say that because I know what Albert had said earlier. While we are given direction, we are not totally pinned into the corner because we could come up with other alternatives next year. So I would say yes.
Okay. So obviously you're not getting a consensus, and you'll get the majority of the board, the committee will agree that you should proceed. That will include me for all the reasons that Kurt and Deputy Mayor and Tracy mentioned. You will have the support from 4, not 5. So that's not a consensus. So what would you say?
No, that is a consensus. That's the consensus of the group. Consensus here is not unanimity, but are you willing to proceed forward?
I am willing to proceed forward, and I say yes as well. Okay, so we're moving on to the next item on the agenda. So
Let me,
Yes.
the clerk and the administrator are indicating to me that we should formally have a motion, and the motion would be to designate the municipal building as a site for 65 affordable housing units. So there would be a need for a motion and a second, and then a roll call.
Okay,
Is
would
there
you
a
like
motion?
to read the motion?
I just
You just read it, okay.
The motion is what Albert just said.
Okay, then, thank you. And do I have a motion, do I have a second?
Is there a motion?
Do I have a motion to adopt what we just discussed?
Yes, so moved.
You
Second.
Second, okay. Committee discussion?
We already had
had
it.
that.
Right, we did.
Mrs. Ness?
And
Go
roll call
down
vote,
that
please.
path. Yes.
Mrs. Schwartz?
No.
Mr. Ritter?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Kelly?
Yes.
Mayor Salin?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
I think there, I sense there are a lot of concern, a lot of questions, probably people at home with equally with concerns and questions. I just like to say that I will be holding a coffee with a committeeman on Saturday mornings at 10:30. I'll start this Saturday and continue as long as necessary, but if people have questions about and feedback that they want us to hear about any of these topics, I will be in the office here at 10:30 on Saturday mornings.
Perfect. Thank you for doing that. This is important. All right, let's move on. Now we have 2 resolutions. So we have 40 minutes. So let's see how much we can do. Resolution 2019-214, authorizing redevelopment agreement with Southern Boulevard Urban Renewal LLC for Arbor Green at Chatham Skate Park. I'm going to read real quick the heading. Resolution of the Township of Chatham, County of Morris, State of New Jersey, authorizing the mayor and clerk to sign a redevelopment agreement between the Township of Chatham and Southern Boulevard Urban Renewal LLC. Go ahead, Al.
Mr. Mayor, before you entertain that resolution,
Craig, those doors have to remain open?
Door should be open.
Okay, shut it, because people are yelling.
Mr. Mayor, as you know, on October 21, 2019, the Planning Board granted site plan approval for both the Arbor Glen and Dixie-Dale developments. The redevelopment agreement before you applies only to Arbor Glen. The agreement, along with the Planning Board resolution approving the Arbor Glen site plan, dictate how Arbor Glen will be developed with 24 low and moderate household units. The agreement provides that the Township of Chatham will convey property to the redeveloper for the purposes of a low and income, moderate and low income units. The agreement provides that the property will be deed restricted for a period of 30 years for these households. Essentially, the agreement provides as follows: conveyance of the property to the redeveloper, construction of 24 unit development in accordance with the redevelopment plan and planning board resolution, financing solely by the redeveloper, construction solely at the redeveloper's cost, deed restriction for 30 years, reimbursement of certain township expenses, low and moderate tenant eligibility to be determined by the Uniform Housing Affordability Regulations and not the developer. Eligibility will be determined by the township administrative agent. The marketing of the units by the township administrative agent will occur and not by the redeveloper. Okay? So in essence, this redevelopment agreement sets forth how the skate park Dixie-Dale property will be developed consistent with the planning board approval.
Okay, thank you for the explanation. Do I have a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Anyone second it?
Second.
Committee discussion. Any comments from the committee members? Okay. Roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Ness?
Yes.
Mrs. Schwartz?
Yes.
Mr. Ritter?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Kelly?
Yes.
Mayor Slin?
Yes. All right, next item is the resolution number 2019-215, authorizing RFQ for architectural services. I'm going to read it real quick.
Mr. Mayor, that resolution is part of the discussion that we had previously regarding getting proposals from architects for a combined municipal building police department at the current police department site. So as was described and discussed, there has to be a design of that building, and with that design come cost estimates as to what the building will ultimately cost and the uses for that building. So this just authorizes the administrator to solicit requests for qualifications for an architect to provide those services.
Great. So the heading was the resolution of the Township Committee of the Township of Chatham authorizing a request for qualifications RFQ or request for proposal RFP for architectural services. Do I have a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Anyone second it?
Second.
All right, committee discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Ness?
Yes.
Mrs. Schwartz?
No.
Mr. Ritter?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Kelly?
Yes.
Mayor Slin?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. And now we have four ordinance introductions, and I will start with the first one, which is the ordinance 2019-18 Development Fee Ordinance. So let's quickly read the heading. Ordinance 2019-18, an ordinance of the Township of Chatham, County of Morris, State of New Jersey, amending Chapter 29 titled Affordable Housing of the Revised General Ordinances to add a new subsection 29-2 titled Development Fees. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I
Yes,
could just
please.
give a brief explanation on that, on this development fee ordinance. After the discussion at the October 24 Township Committee meeting, the development fee ordinance was revised to provide for three options for the Township Committee to consider. The first option is to have development fees only apply to new homes. The second option is to have development fees apply to new homes and tear downs. And the third option is to apply, that the development fee would apply to new homes, tear downs, and additions of over 3,000 square feet or more. The purpose of the development fee ordinance is to collect a one-time fee for the affordable housing needs of the township to be deposited into a dedicated trust fund and not the general tax revenues. These funds are placed, as I said, in a separate trust account, which can only be used by the township for affordable housing purposes, to be specified in a spending plan to be approved by the Superior Court of New Jersey, Judge Michael Gauss. Development fee ordinances are typical and promote the municipal constitutional obligation to provide a realistic development potential for affordable housing. Municipal development fee ordinances have been authorized by law since at least 1990, and the township currently has an ordinance which has not been enforced. This ordinance is critical to a municipality like Chatham, which chose to meet 74 units as a municipally sponsored development and to extend deed restriction controls at Vernon Grove for 30 years. Mr. Hoffman will discuss the implications of each of the options. So how I propose you proceed is you introduce the ordinance as drafted with the three options, have a discussion, and there should be a consensus on which of the three options, if any, you decide upon, and then you would actually vote on an amended ordinance once you complete your discussion. So it would be a motion to introduce, a second, motion to discussion, and then whether or not the ordinance needs to be amended. There is a second change to the ordinance. There was a lot of discussion at the last meeting about what substantial improvement would be. And the current definition in the Township Code was utilized, and that is on page 2 of the ordinance. Any substantial improvement means any reconstruction, addition, or other improvement of a structure, the cost of which exceeds 50% of the equalized assessed value of the structure before the start of construction of the improvement. And that's the section that is directly from the code with the added language, or in addition, where the improvement exceeds 3,000 square feet. And then on page 3, you have alternate 1, 2, and 3, which are all subpart C.
Okay, great, thank you. And do I have a motion to adopt this, or introduce this ordinance? Anyone second it?
Second.
Okay, committee discussion, as Albert explained, we have to decide which option we're going with. Either new construction only, or new construction and a substantial improvement, which is tear downs, I would say, and or new construction, substantial improvement plus additions, but addition means here anything above 3,000 square foot. So anything less than 3,000 square foot, no fees. That's what it says.
And the ordinance continues to exclude residential structures which have been demolished and replaced as a result of fire or natural disaster or catastrophic events. Such events shall be exempt from the development fee.
So small additions up to 3,000. 3,000 is a huge, large, very large square footage. So
In our discussions, we've talked about the difference between 3,000 square foot, which over a 12-year period was 26 permits, versus 55 permits
for 2,000
over 2,000 square feet. So if you had a 2,000 square foot house and you added 2,000 square foot to it, that's a very large addition. That's not your kitchen bump out or your bathroom reno. That's a whole half of a house to get you to a 4,000 square foot house.
So, yeah, let's start with you then. What do you
So then,
suggest? What do
I
you
would
support?
move to introduce this ordinance with the alternate 3, with C, with expansion that is greater than 2,000 feet.
Okay, so you're creating a 4th alternate, and you're making it 2,000.
Well, I think Bob subsequently was recommending 2,000 square feet.
It says 3.
Yes, it does say 3 because I prepared this ordinance before I left on vacation and sent it, circulated to the committee, and there was further review of it, and the recommendation of the administrator is 2,000.
Okay, so there's option number 4. And Kurt, what do you think?
I thought the consensus was we're going to do new construction only, and I stick by that. I don't think residents who are making improvements to their homes need to be hit with another tax. 3,000 square feet or 2,000 square feet seems like a lot, but what do you say? What if it's like adding garage space? I mean, what is it actually is that 2,000 square feet consist of? We don't know for sure. We can't say all the time it's going to be a master bath, or it's going to be a new basement, or it's going to be whatever. So
A 2-car garage is think of 500 square foot, 500-600 square foot.
1,500 square feet, whatever. My point is, it should be new construction only, right?
Yeah, but when you say new construction, you include tear downs, I think, within your
Last time
imagination.
you were saying new construction and tear downs.
Tear down means whole thing down and build a new one. So that's new construction to you? Because this explanation here, that includes substantial improvement means actually tear down. I don't know why we...
Help me understand that, Albert. New construction is a tear down now, or new construction is that vacant land?
Vacant
No,
land.
new construction would be vacant land.
No, we just had a discussion, there is no
Yeah,
vacant land in
there
this
is-
town,
right.
right?
That's
So-
right, that's why... if you
Alternate
say-
1 means vacant land only. Alternate 1 means going in and buying an
That's
open
right.
lot.
You're not
Correct.
going to find anything.
Correct.
You're not
We
gonna-
had, we had 1.
The second option is new construction plus tear downs.
I think that's what Kurt is
So
saying.
where it says substantial improvement, you in fact mean tear downs.
Well, it's substantial improvement as defined in the ordinance, which is anything above 50% of the equalized assessed value or 3,000 square feet.
In plain English, to everyone else in the audience, it's a tear down.
It's a tear down, yeah.
Okay. Then I retract that, I would go for number 2.
Number 2, okay. So we have number 2, number 3, number 3 revised a little. What do you think, Ken?
I agree with alternate 2, except for I don't see anything here that says 3,000 feet. But I will tell you, if we are going to add a capricious number in there, like 3,000 feet or 2,000 feet or whatever it is, it unfortunately leaves a little too much uncertainty for the homeowner. A tear down, to me, is a tear down, not 3,000 feet, or turning around and saying, we're not raising enough money, so let's make it 2,000 feet. If we have an idea, if there's a legal definition of a tear down, I would go for alternate 2, new construction and tear downs, so that we know that what we mean by substantial improvement, we mean a tear down, not somebody putting 3,000 square foot on the back. There is no 3,000 square feet written in alternate 2.
Alternate 2, can we
No.
change the language as tear down, or?
The development fee shall be calculated on the equalized assessed value of the new residential structure or the increase in the equalized of the substantial. So doesn't the 50, where does the 50% kick in?
If you look at page 2 of the ordinance, there is a definition of substantial improvement. Okay?
Okay, so the
So-
substantial improvement leads into then alternate 2,
Correct,
as defined on page 2.
right.
So
And-
then, my question is, why does alternate 3 include substantial improvements and additions, and then there's no qualification for additions, except for whatever it is, 2,000 or 3,000 feet, whatever we're
That's right.
choosing in alternate 3, paragraph C. So this seems to be flawed then.
I'm sorry, would you repeat that again?
In alternate 3, paragraph C. Now, all of a sudden, we're talking about an expansion greater than 3,000 square feet, which we're actually turning around to say is 2,000 square feet.
Well, first of all, this paragraph 3 includes all three options. New construction, substantial improvement, which is 50%, a structure, an improvement of a structure, the cost of which exceeds 50% of the equalized assessed value. So that is the second trigger, substantial improvement. So item.
That's alternate 2.
Correct.
Then how come here in substantial improvement, in the definition of substantial improvement in paragraph 29-2.2, does it say substantial improvement means any reconstruction, addition, or other improvement of a structure, the cost of which is 50% before the start of construction, or an addition where the improvement exceeds 3,000 square feet? So now we're throwing 3,000 square feet in because of the definition in 29-2.2.
You're
but it's-
correct. We should put a period at the end of improvement and delete that additional language.
So the 3,000 square feet does not belong in the definition in 29-2.2.
Yes, of substantial improvement.
The
Of
end,
substantial
period.
improvement.
So 3,000 square feet does not belong in definitions.
Correct.
No.
All right.
Okay.
So if that's the case, I would go with anything that does not throw in an addition of 3,000 square feet. I'm going with alternate 2, new construction and the substantial improvements, which we agree is 50% of the square footage prior to the
No,
start.
Cost.
50% of the equalized assessed value of the improvement.
50% of the equalized assessed value.
But to that point, I mean, would it make sense to throw in something that says that 80%, it must consist of, if it's more than 80% of the building is torn down, then, I mean, does that make a difference or no?
Well, the reason that was chosen is because that's consistent with how your own ordinance defines what is a substantial improvement. So you're not adding anything new to that definition. And that was a suggestion of the township engineer to use that definition because it makes it consistent with other sections of the code that is administered by the construction code department.
Even though we just changed it, because
No,
3,000 square feet was in
No,
it.
no, I added, when I
I see.
drafted it, I added that.
Okay.
And based upon your discussion and your explanation, I am agreeing with you that I should have stuck with John's original definition and not included that.
Very good.
Or in there.
But if our concern is actually defining a tear down, is tear down defined by the cost, or is it defined by the actual percentage of the structure that is removed?
In this case, by the actual percentage of the construction.
Of the cost?
Of the cost.
Yes. So my point though, if you just added something that actually said percentage of the building removed, wouldn't that mean cost your cost, right? I mean, I don't know, if we're trying to be more clear in terms of what a tear down is defined as, if more than 80% or 75% of the structure is removed, that is considered a tear down.
Is it hard to measure? What do you think? Let me say, if the homeowner says, I'm only demolishing 70%.
That definition actually is supported by a lot of regulations that FEMA provides, because that same definition is dealt with when you're doing, claims through FEMA on insurance issues. And so it's a well-defined document, and there's a lot of guidance on FEMA on how you calculate that. And that's
Tear
why
down, how you calculate tear down?
You're mixing, tear down is one term, and it isn't defined in our ordinance, and I'm not, aware of any specific, we would have to make up our own definition on tears down. I just suggested substantial improvement because it is a very common term and threshold when you're dealing with, it's very common when you're doing damage or improvements within a floodplain, and it's well regulated in that sense, and we regulate it the same way. So that's where I made the suggestion, because it is, it's just there's a lot of guidance to homeowners, developers, everyone on that how you define and how you calculate substantial.
But again, this is our ordinance, and I think in the plainer English we can put this in, it's more helpful for people who are reading it.
If you read this paragraph, it says that the substantial improvements as defined in 29-2.2 above, excluding additions, or is demolished and replaced. So you do have demolished and replaced, which to me is a tear down. Am I correct, Kurt? Does that, am I
The
right,
only
John?
suggestion is that, Bob's crystal ball is a bit, cloudy when he's trying to project, and not just pointing to Bob, but, Frank's too, regarding, how much cost do we need? And that's what we don't know. It's such a variable. So, the expectation is that I would envision that this is just, you're introducing now to start the process, because you do need to collect fees, but it should be, you can modify this within next year after doing it. It's not something that's set in stone. You're not setting something that you cannot change in the future. And
Yeah, but we want to get it right the first time.
Yeah, you don't, to me,
anything can be
it's like
changed, and I
walking
appreciate
into a
that,
store going, well, what do you want to spend on that box of cereal?
Well,
And someone says, well, I'd like to spend
you do have to
$3.50.
generate
Sure,
some
$3.50,
fees,
okay.
that's what you have to generate, and I can say with other municipalities that their threshold is much, much lower on what they collect regarding additions, and they do collect those funds. And so you're starting off at a very high level of what you're going to collect. It is something that unfortunately it's just difficult to predict what kind of fees that you have, and the amount of homeowners that are actually going to be impacted by these substantial improvements are not. There's not a lot of homes that fall under this. It's a handful of how many homes that may be impacted. So it's not like you're impacting the entire community with this ordinance. You're hitting all the tear downs, and you may be impacting some residents that are really doing substantial improvements to their property.
Well, in my mind, that's what I'm voting for.
Al, you wanted to say something?
No,
No, you didn't want
the choices were based upon the discussion we had at the last committee. We struggled with what the definition would be. The engineer made a very good suggestion: use something that is already in our ordinance and that is well defined as a general proposition to give guidance to the people that will be actually calculating the fee. So we're trying to work from something that already exists, as opposed to creating something that we don't have the experience with. You have experience with the concept of substantial improvement as modified based upon Ms. Schwartz's comment.
Okay, so you want to go with alternate two?
Alternate two.
And if someone wants to add 2,500 square foot,
They
that is
can
not
do it
going
without penalty. They are not going to be hit with a developer's fee to add 2,500.
Okay, all right.
Well, we only have about 4 of those a year.
So then why penalize them?
Okay, Mike, what do you think?
We don't know what the expense side of these 75 affordable housing units are going to be, but we know that there's going to be some cost out there. The concern that I have is that there's only 2 ways to raise money in this situation. There's either the developer's fee or it's general taxation. The concern that's been raised to us by the public is that they don't want extra fees or taxes to fall on the least able to pay them. In my way of thinking, putting this through as a tax on everybody does exactly that. It puts the fee on everybody, including the people who are the least able to pay. Whereas a developer's fee has, in my mind, has 2 advantages. It is, people are going into it with their eyes open. They're consciously deciding to expand or demolish and replace their house, and they know that just like there's a cost to put faucets and windows in this, there's going to be a developer's fee as part of this development project. They know it going in, whereas if it was a tax on people, they're being hit blindsided. And number 2 is, I think that to the extent that a substantial increase in an existing building makes it less affordable than it was before, that there's a philosophical logic to asking them to contribute to the cost of affordable housing in the town, because they are making a conscious decision to dramatically expand or even totally replace a house that with something that's much, much bigger. So I see the developer's fee as the logical way to go, and I think that the 2,000 square feet amendment is the way to go, and I would support that.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to raise taxes on everyone as well, and so this is, again, this is for the folks who will improve their homes or or for developers who will develop large homes. So I think the entire population shouldn't feel that burden. So I will go with number 3, but I am little deviating from 2,000. I want a 3,000. Now, what do we do? So,
Well,
it's my copy. It says 3,000.
that's correct. And what do you want?
Oh, he changed one.
So you would move it as is, since it says 3,000?
That's what I'm saying. I would move it as is, but picking. I mean, there's no as is because there's 3 alternates. We have to pick one.
Then you don't, then you really don't have a consensus, because you have, from my notes, 2 committee members picking option 2, 2 committee members picking option 3 with 2,000 square feet, and 1 committee member picking option 3 with 3,000 square feet.
How about if we split the difference and say 2,500 square feet?
I would like to remind us all that the planning board voted that anything dealing with a developer's fee on an addition was inconsistent with the master plan. Am I correct, Bob?
Yes.
Would you be willing to do? Would you be willing to do 2,500?
Yes.
All right, so
yes.
if we did
And do I have
2,500.
do I have a motion to approve it as amended as
All right,
2,500?
So just to be clear, the amendments that are going to be proposed is to take the substantial improvement definition in the 3rd line, insert a period, and remove everything after that for an addition where the improvement exceeds 3,000 square feet. So that is removed.
Albert, does the amendment need to be approved by the person who introduced the motion to?
Under Robert's rules, it would have to be approved by the person that made the motion and seconded.
I made the motion. I don't approve it.
Okay?
I make a motion to approve it.
Anybody
The
second it?
motion was already made. The initial motion to the ordinance was made by myself. You're making a motion to amend it. I don't agree with it. According to Robert's
We're in the.
rules- According to
Okay.
Robert's rules, I need to approve it. This happened last time at one of our meetings, when I tried to do this, and it couldn't be amended.
Wait, you amended it? When did you amend it?
Not this ordinance, another meeting, another ordinance.
No, but I mean, in
Discussion.
this,
I learned my lesson, is my point.
in this
That's why I
process,
introduced this ordinance.
when was it amended?
It's another.
I'm not sure what Mr. Ritter's speaking of.
I don't know either.
It's not related to
It's not
this,
related to this.
right, not
Another
related to this one.
Situation.
Some other vote. I don't. Okay.
So we have
My suggestion would be is that, well, Robert's Rules of Order certainly are a valuable tool.
And that's what's in our meeting ordinance.
It is in your meeting ordinance. The Township Committee can.
Suspend Robert rules.
This is not the United States Senate. Procedure should not overrule substance. This is a matter that needs attention of the Township Committee. These choices were based upon the discussion that was had at the last Township Committee meeting.
Because that's what we're
And I
supposed
thought
to
the
do.
last committee meeting, the consensus was
We're supposed to pick
do
one.
tear downs and not additions and everything else. The takeaway from the last committee meeting, my understanding was, it's getting a better definition of what a tear down was. Now it seems the committee, the majority to the left, is saying they now want to add people making additions, which was not the consensus before.
And which is
Which is inconsistent with the master plan the planning board had said.
But do note that the master plan inconsistency determination can be overridden
Yes,
by,
it
by the Township Committee by adopting a reasons resolution, which is adopted by a majority of the committee.
All right, but again, Robert rules, the person introducing the ordinance, making the motion, can not accept the amendment.
But
And
we're
that's what I'm
supposed
doing.
to,
That's
but
what
we're
I'm doing.
supposed to pick one. So how do you do it when you have an ordinance that's written with 3 choices? I can see it happening when, if you introduce an ordinance and it's just as is, but when you're asking us to have discussion on 3 different choices, I know you weren't here for the executive session, but we went through this, and we went through this in previous executive sessions with the whole analysis, with all of the...
I'm well aware of it, Tracy.
Yeah,
I
so
introduced it, I'm not accepting the amendment.
I don't know how that works, Albert, when you're asking us in an ordinance that is not well defined, and you're asking us for 3 choices.
So if,
Well, here's a suggestion.
then let's go with the alternate 3.
No, here's a suggestion. Take a vote on this as it is, okay, with the amendment not being...
Okay, fine.
That's
We
what I
can just
said.
go with 3.
That's what I said.
Fine.
And you vote, no, you vote down this ordinance, or approve this ordinance with three options in it, or vote it down, and then we'll just introduce a new ordinance with alternate 3 at 2,500 square feet.
That's fine, then let's vote it down.
If we vote it down, though, do we then delay it again, and then we have to reintroduce it
No,
on the
because
December 12th?
it's no different than what you're doing right now.
Oh, we'll do it right now.
Right, and it's no different than what you're doing.
So then we're going to take a vote on this, and we'll vote it down.
Okay, so roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Ness?
No.
Mrs. Schwartz?
Yes, I'm voting no because it's better than introducing a bad law. So I'm voting no.
Mr. Ritter?
I like the way you're finagling it, but no.
Deputy Mayor Kelly?
No.
Mayor Slin?
No.
Motion fails.
Okay, so we have 5, can we extend the meeting?
So now we have to reintroduce this?
You're going to reintroduce it
In December.
now.
No.
Now, I move to reintroduce the ordinance regarding the developer's fee with the amendment made, noted previously to remove the 3,000 square foot definition on the substantial development, and to amend option number for the square footage of 2,500 square feet.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Committee discussion?
So
Yeah.
the motion on the
6
table,
minutes.
the motion on the table is to introduce an ordinance that still contains 3 alternatives.
No, we can.
No, it's
No, number
selecting
3.
all 3.
No, that ordinance was defeated unanimously, I believe. So the current motion is to introduce the ordinance with alternate 3 as schedule as subparagraph C, and the square footage being 2,500 square feet, plus the change to the substantial improvement.
It's a giant addition.
Definition.
2,500 square feet.
And eliminate option 1 and 2.
And
And
eliminate option 1 and 2, yes. That's the motion. And the clerk will annotate the ordinance, and it will be published with those changes.
Am I changing the ordinance number at the top on page 1? Or is
Yes,
that
you can
yeah.
change it to the next sequential number.
All right, roll
So
call
this is
vote.
the
Yeah, go ahead.
discussion. This is an introduction.
Yes.
So tonight, then it goes on the next agenda, and it can
Yes.
still be amended at that point,
Defeated, amended. Yeah,
right?
Yeah, you can.
This is just an introduction. There's no, actually, it shouldn't be any.
Well, I mean, just an ordinance that is introduced this year has to be adopted this year. It doesn't carry over to the next year. So.
If it's
you-
amended at
if-
the next meeting, we need a special meeting to take further action on
Right.
it.
And if you decided to amend the ordinance, and that was the consensus of the committee, then I would have to make a determination as to whether or not the ordinance amendment is a substantial change requiring the process to start again.
Totally huge change. Very substantial.
Okay,
All
can
right,
we
so
go?
Massively, we've gone from 3 alternatives to 1.
No,
It was-
because
it was the
you've
purpose.
not introduced, that you haven't moved on the original ordinance. So now it's a second ordinance that you're considering tonight, a separate and distinct ordinance with those changes.
Well, I guess the only thing, again, I said it earlier tonight, but elections have consequences, right?
I don't know what that means.
And what it means
What does it
is,
mean? What do you keep talking about this for?
elections have consequences. I'm not going to be in the committee next year. Typhoon's not going to be in the committee next year.
This has to be done by the end of this year, Kurt. How many times does
It doesn't-
Albert have to answer that question for you?
All right, no back and forth. Tracy, please.
Let me explain what I'm saying.
Sure.
Right?
Go ahead.
We know that the two other Republicans who did not win are totally against this. Right? This, as John said, this ordinance can be amended January 2nd of next year. And I can guarantee you, if Mark and Rez were on this dais next January, they would look to amend this.
Look,
That's not the case.
It's not the
But-
case.
But, Ms.
Let's-
Ritter, I don't,
Wait.
Where are Mark and
Hold
Rez
on,
tonight?
hold on,
They're
hold on,
free
hold
to
on.
give their,
Hold on.
Come on, people.
Yes,
they're free
Al,
to give
please.
their input. Where are they, Kurt?
So,
your responsibility is to fulfill your term of office until December 31st of.
and I'm just reminding the constituency,
that is-
people watching at home, still at midnight, we've got 4 minutes, that elections have consequences. They're watching at home, I suspect. Right?
Okay, I mean, this is,
All right, here
What
we go.
we
We're
have-
introducing the ordinance.
I mean, you can still defeat it, we can still amend it, we can, it could be, adoption is not today.
I'm just against taxing our residents for people who are trying to improve their home.
I do too.
The consensus at the last meeting was that we were only going to do it for tear downs. For some reason, over the course of 2 weeks' time, people have flipped, which, hey, if you want to flip-flop, that's your prerogative.
No.
I just don't know why
No,
we're
nobody's
flip-flopping.
flip-flopping. We looked at the analysis, we looked at the numbers.
And you said you want to tax people. You want to tax people who are trying to make improvements to their homes, which
I
I
wanna-
think
I
is an
would-
egregious thing to do.
Well,
when
I'd
people are
rather-
trying to
I think
add
as-
value to their home,
As Mike
which is
said,
benefiting the greater community.
well, it's not necessarily. I mean, you're moving housing stock. And that's what the developer fee is supposed to do. It's supposed to pay for affordable housing.
If people are doing an addition to their house, you're taxing them
More
for
than
making,
three-
for making an
Or
addition to
you're
their house.
or everybody.
Now,
Yeah,
the-
so it's either the person who's making the 3,000 square foot addition,
So
or,
you're looking to tax anyone either way, it looks like.
no, you are. That's what the developers fee ordinance that you agreed to in the
Are you
2018 settlement.
Are you saying that exclusive of this, we're not going to have to tax people going
Yeah,
forward?
no, we're going to have
Yeah.
to. We don't have any money, Kurt.
'Cause
Nobody introduced the.
You're a proponent of raising the taxes, is all I want to know.
No.
Yes, entirely.
No, because
Mr.
you,
Mayor, can we have-
this is what you agreed to, Kurt, in 2018. You agreed to a developer's fee, you agreed to the settlement. I happen to think that after 3 years of negotiations, it was a good
We
settlement.
agreed to the developer fee we agreed to was for tear downs, not for taxing people who
You
want to make
agreed
additions.
to a developer's fee
For tear
ordinance
downs,
in
Tracy,
the
don't tell me
settlement.
what I did, I know what I
Please,
did.
Mayor, we
please,
can't-
please.
Okay.
Look at the record.
Albert, yes,
I know
Albert.
you have trouble with the
Look at
truth
Albert.
sometimes.
I do not
Albert.
have trouble with the truth. Do
Oh, my
enact your
goodness.
settlement.
Okay, please.
We're at a point, what happened yesterday, we can't change.
We can't change it,
We
right?
need to determine whether or not you're going to move forward with a development fee ordinance. There's been a motion and a second with revisions, in essence, creating a new ordinance, which the clerk will give a new number to, which changes the definition of substantial improvement and deletes options 1 and 2, and adds 2,500 square feet to alternate 3.
Okay.
Does this have to be done by midnight?
No, just can't introduce new business.
What do you mean by
Does
midnight?
it have to be
Can
passed
we
by
just
midnight?
vote and stop the politics and the games?
It's not the
We
game.
have to implement this,
Typhoon
so
was
stop
asking
it and
earlier.
do your job.
This is
doing my job.
in
My
the
job is to
interests
speak
of
on behalf
the
of residents,
taxpayers and the
Tracy.
homeowners
God.
of this
Right?
Then you
Let's
should
do
have
it.
voted for it
I'm
in
gonna leave it.
2018.
You know what?
Alone.
This is in the
Let's see.
best
Either
interest.
we're voting or we're
Let's
not. This
If
is
you were
ridiculous.
talking about making another law, which is what an
Everybody,
ordinance
this
is,
is
Mrs. Ness.
disrespectful to the citizens
Tired of
of
it.
this town.
God.
Believe
And
me.
this pertains to the best
Believe me.
interests of the taxpayers of this
This,
town,
okay,
may I remind
okay,
you.
okay. You know what? We have a motion. There is a second for the amended resolution. It's a new new ordinance actually. Introduction of the new ordinance. Not even adoption. We're talking about introducing this, and roll call vote. We had the discussion already. Roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Ness?
Yes.
Mrs. Schwartz?
I am voting no to introduce this. This is a bad law. This law is inconsistent with the master plan for taxing people who are improving on their homes by adding an addition.
Mr. Ritter?
These- I'm voting no.
I echo Karen's comments, no.
Deputy Mayor Kelly?
Yes.
Mayor Slin?
I don't want to tax everyone in this town, so I am voting yes.
Motion passes. The public hearing will be on December 12th.
Do we have to pass a motion to go past midnight, or are we going to
Now,
table?
we're going to adjourn at this point. Hearing of citizens,
No,
we should
we
at
have
least
to-
do hearing of citizens.
And we have the rest of these. We have Calman's overlay, we have the
Can
pilot.
we proceed?
Yes,
You have three more.
No, I know, but I thought we couldn't
The-
proceed
the-
after
the-
12 midnight.
No, you can. You
Okay,
can. The
all right.
clerk is going to make a suggestion.
I defer to our attorney if we can continue past midnight.
The answer is yes. Why don't you, just to make sure that it's clear on the record, make a motion to waive the 12 o'clock deadline and extend it until we complete tonight's agenda.
Do I have a motion to extend the deadline until we finish?
So moved.
Second.
Committee discussion?
Is there any reason why we could not delay this, so when there's public, it's 12 midnight, I don't know who's watching, this auditorium is empty, why we would not do this when we have,
This is a procedural motion.
I understand that.
It puts the matter on the table. It allows the clerk to advertise a public hearing on December 12th. At that point, that is really when you have the public hearing on an ordinance, after it's advertised and it's fully presented to
if there's
the
one thing we
public.
learned tonight is our residents don't seem to read the ordinance or know what the hell is going on. So if we can bring them even 2 more weeks, the opportunity to learn what's going on in these agendas, I don't know why that's a bad thing.
Because, well,
We
it's
don't have
already
another
been the
meeting
subject
until
of
December 12th.
2 discussions at 2 prior meetings.
All right, roll call vote, please.
Just
All right.
all in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
No.
Aye, okay.
Nay.
All right, any nays, any abstentions? 3 to 2. All right, we're going to continue.
All right, Fairmount
All right.
Commons overlay.
Fairmont Commons overlay.
All right, ordinance 2019-19, Fairmont Commons overlay zone. And Al, you want to, I'm going to skip
Yeah,
the,
the settlement agreement provides that the township has an unmet need. Unmet need is an obligation which is deferred, but requires that the affordable housing plan include mechanisms to address that need. The township selected 2 methods to meet unmet need. One is a 20% municipal set-aside where there is a development of 6 or more units by rezoning or use variance. That portion of the ordinance or that portion of the settlement agreement was already met when you adopted your affordable housing ordinance. The second element is an overlay zone at Fairmont Commons. An overlay zone does not change the underlying zoning, but is in place as an option for the property owner. This particular ordinance describes how the property will be developed in the future with an affordable housing component if the property owner so desires. Section M on the last page of the ordinance provides in part that this ordinance does not supersede the existing underlying ordinance or underlying zone and does not render existing uses non-conforming. So this is a development option for the future and allows the municipality to meet its unmet need. I sent this ordinance to the property owner several weeks ago. I also spoke with the property owner and advised them that tonight this ordinance would be considered for an introduction. I did that personally, and I know Mr. Hoffman has also had discussions, not as detailed as I had with the property owner, but related to this ordinance. So the property owner is aware of it, is aware that, has a copy of it, and was advised that this would be considered tonight.
okay.
Can you tell us his reaction to the ordinance or the commentary, or?
He did not oppose it. He views it as an option, a potential development option. And what will happen if you choose to introduce this ordinance tonight, I will personally call him and let him know it's been introduced. I've already told him that if it was introduced tonight, that the public hearing would be December 12th, and he can come and directly voice his opinion, either for it or against it, so I don't want to characterize what he did, but I can tell you he's been informed given a copy of the ordinance, been informed of tonight's meeting, been informed that it would be considered tonight, and was informed that the public hearing would be on December 12th.
Okay. Yes. All right, do I have a motion to introduce this ordinance?
Yes, so moved.
Anyone second it?
Second.
Committee discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Ness?
Yes.
Mrs. Schwartz?
Yes.
Mr. Ritter?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Kelly?
Yes.
Mayor Salin?
Yes.
Motion passes. The public hearing on December 12th.
Okay, great. Next ordinance is 2019-20, payment in lieu of taxes ordinance for Arbor Green at Chatham. Greg, you read the heading, please.
Ordinance of the Township of Chatham, County of Morris, State of New Jersey, approving the long-term tax exemption application and authorizing the mayor and township clerk to execute a financial agreement by and between the Township of Chatham and Southern Boulevard Urban Renewal LLC pursuant to NJSA 40A:20-1 and sequence for property located at 405 Southern Boulevard, also known as a portion of Lot 117.27 in Block 48.16, as shown on the official tax map of the Township of Chatham, located in the skate park redevelopment area.
Okay, great, thank you. Do I have a motion to introduce?
So moved.
Anyone second it?
Second.
Committee discussion?
Well, Mr. Mayor, that ordinance was extensively discussed by
We had the whole
Mr.
presentation.
Mr. Hoffman. I have already mentioned that you reviewed the application and submitted a letter to the clerk today approving the application. Doesn't mean that's authorization to sign the agreement, it just allows the ordinance to be introduced and considered by the Township Committee. And as I've said before, and the clerk will reiterate in a moment, the development fee ordinance, the overlay zone ordinance, and this ordinance would be subject to a public hearing on December 12th.
Okay, great, thank you. Anyone, any comments?
I do. I have a question. Does this in any way impact our ability to go and plead our case with the DEP for changing the wetlands buffer?
No, it does not, and
All
if, yes, it does not.
Thank you.
All right, roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Ness?
Yes.
Mrs. Schwartz?
Yes.
Mr. Ritter?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Kelly?
Yes.
Mayor Salin?
Yes. And the next ordinance that we're going to introduce is ordinance number 2019-21, establishing police chaplain. Ordinance 2019-21, and ordinance adding Article 3 titled Departments, established Section 2-11 titled Police Department, subsection 2-11.17 titled Police Chaplain of the revised general ordinances of the Township of Chatham to allow for a police chaplain. Do I have a motion to introduce?
So moved.
Motion to introduce. Second.
Okay, committee discussion.
Is there any truth to the rumor that this is a state ordinance now, or that the state requires that a municipality pass an ordinance to name a police chaplain?
Under Title 40A, which is the general law that governs municipalities and counties, specifically Chapter 14, which governs police departments, there is a subsection within Chapter 14 that allows municipalities to appoint chaplains for the police department. It is, I don't recall whether it is a mandatory requirement. I think it is optional on the municipality's part, but It is a position that has to be created, so this ordinance creates that position consistent with the state statute.
So the state is saying if a police department chooses to appoint a chaplain, it has
must
to
do so
adhere
by
to state
ordinance.
code.
It
and
must,
has to-
it's an option. You don't have to.
I understand that.
But if you're going to do it, you have to do it by ordinance.
Have we not had one before, or just an ad hoc? I thought Mahoney was,
Well, I think the whole deal was that he's been the chaplain for so long
Yeah.
that he was always the unofficial chaplain in his retirement. Now, all of a sudden, we want to appoint, or the police department